Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks and sounds good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking and sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face in the chat. All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man DSB showing love. Definitely appreciate you as always, bro. Make sure you guys show DSB some love. Please throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization and for growing the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you. Shout out to my man Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said, I know Embrace Villainy spoke on his channel that he worked with an illegal migrant that kept getting deported. He said, don't worry, my friend. I'll be back. That's what he said. He had a little bit of Tony Montana. Tony Montana mixed with Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry, my friend. I'll be back. Then he said, when it comes to my immigration application, I tell the truth, even when I lies. Did you say that? That's hilarious. Shout out to Caldona. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to my man We Next DSB. All right. It is good to see each and every one of you. I hope you guys are having a great night. All right. Got a great show planned. It could evolve into a super stream. There's a lot to talk about. All right. One of the things that we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about an individual who was, yes, you read the title right, deported 100 times. This dude was deported 100 times. How does it even happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you get deported 100 times? And, you know, what's interesting about it, right, is as I this is hilarious. So the title says deported 100 times, right? This is why you can't depend on the news. You know what I'm saying? I had a video from a news agency about an individual who was deported 100 times, right? They've since edited the title and updated. Now it says man is deported 10 times. All right, so he was deported 10 times. The original news report said he was reported 100 times. I guess they added an extra zero, you know what I'm saying? Which, you know, shout out to the cryptocurrency investors. We never mind an extra zero, but when you're trying to be accurate with your information, you do mind an extra zero. Yeah, they happen to put an extra zero on there. They happen to put an extra zero on there. You know what I'm saying? But what's crazy about this individual is that he's also wanted in Mexico for murder charges. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start off with this. All right, we're gonna start off with this because you know, you know, they they did your boy dirty. You know what I'm saying? They did your boy dirty. The original title said 100. Then they want to, you know, slickly change the title. They want to slickly change the title to 10, make it less dramatic. You know what I'm saying? Let's check this out. You know what I'm saying? We start off with this woman with her mouth open. Never a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Also new tonight, Houston immigration officials are calling it one of the worst repeat offender cases they have ever seen. A suspected gang member wanted for murder in Mexico, who they say has illegally entered the U.S. 10 times.
How does it happen? How do you do it? How do you how is the question? Like, when I hear these things, listen, man, these people are persistent. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to them for the persistency. I still don't understand how, though. Like, I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you have not hit the bell and subscribe to the channel, please take a moment, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Jason Miles is on story for us. Jason, they say this case is an example of why they're conducting these targeted arrests.
That's what they say, Mia. This is the guy we're talking about, Humberto Avila. ICE says it's been tracking his back and forth movements across the border for more than 2 decades. These images of ICE deportation officers handing over Humberto Romero Avila to Mexican authorities this week possibly represents the last time he'll cross the U.S. border. According to ICE, Avila illegally has entered.
I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? I doubt it'll be the last time. He gonna be just like old dude that Embrace Felony was talking about. Don't worry, my friend. I'll be back. This is if Don't Worry, my friend, I'll be back was a person.
The country 10 times since 2002. In fact, he was immediately apprehended and returned to Mexico 4 times that year alone, and then again in 2005. Then in 2012, he was released to ICE after getting a.
I mean, check this out, man. Check this out, man. Let me ask y'all this question, right? You know, as much as Doge, you know, the Department of Government Efficiency is doing, don't you guys, okay, like Doge needs to look at this type of situation right here. Like, how does this keep happening? You know what I'm saying? Look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, people can enter the country with ease, but can't get nowhere near Area 51. Doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. I guess them the aliens that they really care about, the ones at Area 51.
Country 10 times since 2002. In fact, he was immediately apprehended and returned to Mexico 4 times that year alone, and then again in 2005. Then in 2012, he was released to ICE after getting a DWI charge in Nacogdoches County after illegally entering the country for the 6th time. He was removed later that same year, but turned up again in 2013 following another DWI arrest, this time in Shelby.
He said, I'm back. He came back into the country. He said, I'm back.
Shelby County. Avila was back in the U.S. illegally for an 8th time in early 2014 and promptly returned to Mexico within days. He returned a month later, but was caught and prosecuted for illegal entry, then returned to Mexico after serving a 150-day sentence. The date and location of his 10th illegal entry is unknown, but he was flagged by ICE last March after yet another DWI arrest, his 4th, again in Shelby County.
And I mean, like, I ain't trying to be funny, man, but this dude just keeps coming to the United States to drink Coronas and then get behind the wheel. Like, I mean, like, bro, you could drive drunk, you know what I'm saying, like, anywhere. It just, I guess it's just nothing like the American experience, like driving drunk here in America, though, I guess. Like, I don't know.
It was during processing for that deportation when ICE learned from the U.S. Embassy in Mexico that Avila was wanted for the 2007 murder of a 22-year-old man and reported to be a known member of the Paisas gang. In a statement, the head of Houston's ICE enforcement and removal operations said, quote, in the more than 30 years that I've worked in immigration enforcement, I'm not sure I've ever come across a more egregious offender or a better example of why immigration enforcement is so critical to maintaining public safety. And this afternoon, I spoke with a nonprofit immigration rights group, Fiel, here in Houston. It does not generally agree with a lot of the mass deportation stuff that's been going on, but the group does believe individuals like Avila should be ICE's priority. Reporting live from the newsroom, Jason Miles, KHOU 11 News.
So again, okay, so like, we're going to actually talk about this quote-unquote idea of quote-unquote mass deportation later, but I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but quote-unquote mass deportation per se, quote-unquote mass deportation has not actually started yet. It's not actually started yet. How many people would agree? If you guys would agree, quote-unquote mass deportation has not actually started yet, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree and you would say that mass deportation has actually started, then give me a thumbs down.
And here to talk to us more about deportations, ICE, and the border is John Fabricatore, retired ICE Field Office Director. John, it's good to see you again. And let's jump right in. I do want to get your take on Border Patrol stopping wearing these body cameras in the field. And we hear the rationale is to avoid detection here. Is this the right move? And without body...
So, hey, look, man, it's about to go down now. ICE finna stop wearing the body cams. Now, let me ask y'all this. Why is ICE finna stop wearing the body cams? They claim that ICE is about to stop wearing the body cams in order to quote unquote decrease detection. How would a body cam contribute to your detection?
Body cameras, what else can ICE do to ensure transparency and accountability to the public?
Well, it is the right move because it's going to keep Border Patrol agents and ICE agents safe. Right now, there is a flaw in that system, and it can detect within 100 meters if an ICE agent or Border Patrol agent is in the area. So I think it's very important that they're not wearing these cameras at the time. To maintain transparency, ICE just needs to be forward-thinking. Whenever they make an arrest, they need to talk to the media and make sure the media is aware, especially with big operations. But these guys cannot be wearing these cameras right now where there's this flaw.
What do you make of a new memo that warns of
what? So again, now we have to ask this question: like, what flaw? What flaw with the like? How is there a flaw with the cameras? There's some type of flaw with the cameras that cause an issue to where if you're wearing the camera, it makes the person wearing the camera quote unquote detectable. Does that make sense? And my question is, does this flaw exist with the cameras used by other law enforcement agencies? Because why haven't we heard about it before? This is interesting.
A potential shooting attack on American federal agents from the Mexican side of the border. Are you tracking that at all?
Yes, ma'am. So, you know, the cartel is going to do things like this. Look, they are making billions of dollars in what they do, in the human trafficking, human smuggling, drug trafficking. They are going to push back as we secure the border. But look, border security is national security. We have to make sure that that border is secure.
You know, we know that ICE arrests, meanwhile, have slowed down in February compared with January. We know that Borders Czar Tom Homan has expressed disappointment with this. Do you have any theories as to why that slowdown may be happening?
Well, you know, I think the operation...
Shout out to DSB. What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Please throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization and growing the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to DSB again. We about to be hitting DSB with the agains. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man DSB for funding the organization and growing the organization again.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. And yeah, hey, listen, man, shout out to the channel, man. Shout out to Undocumented. You know what I'm saying? Like, Undocumented is a great little channel. You know what I'm saying? The channel is small. You know what I'm saying? But the channel is doing big things. We getting there. We getting close to 700, man. We about to be part of the 700 club. So if you're not subscribed, contribute to us getting to the 700 club. Subscribe, hit the bell, share the stream. Let's get it.
Tempo is just new to a lot of these agents. For the last 4 years, you know, what was happening with under Biden is they were just doing processing. They weren't out on the street making all these arrests. I think once this tempo kind of reaches, you know, a certain method for these men and women, they're going to start making more arrests. I think that we'll see that very soon.
Shout out to my man DSB again. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man DSB for funding the organization and growing the organization again.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
My man DSB out here killing it. Shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show my man DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man DSB again.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to DSB. DSB said, I got Torian on that membership. Hey, we got Torian. You know what I'm saying? Torian gonna be like, I feel nothing. Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization and for buying y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. The cat.
Drop that cat.
Definitely appreciate it, bro. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Greets. Shout out to AW1 and shout out to Brooklyn Queen, mod extraordinaire. It is good to see each and every one of you.
Soon.
We know one of the top leaders of the Sinaloa cartel, Humberto Rivera, has been arrested this week, and two suspected cartel members are dead as well after a gunfight with Mexican soldiers. And meanwhile,
look, shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB. DSB said, did you say that this might be a super stream? Look like it's going to have to be a super stream now. Like it's going to have to be a super stream now. Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization. And he bought y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB. DSB out here killing it.
U.S. Green Beret soldiers are going to start training Mexican Marines. Do all of these things signify that we are making progress in the fight against cartels? Is it still just a drop in the bucket?
We're definitely making progress. Look, under President Trump, we're starting to do a lot of different things. I think it's important that the Green Berets get down there and they train with the Mexican Federales and the Mexican Marines. We have to stop these cartels. If we're going to get serious about securing our border, these type of efforts need to be made.
John Peppercatore, always appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for watching.
All right, so we're actually gonna talk about this cartel situation, right? Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people have heard of this Zizian group? So there's some cult, all right? This cult called the Zizian group. If anybody heard of this cult called the Zizian group, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about this cult, in their actual cult called the Zizian group, give me a thumbs down. Now, the reason why we're talking about the Zizian group on Undocumented is because this Zizian group deleted a Border Patrol agent. All right. This Zizian group deleted a Border Patrol agent. So we about to listen to this.
A new story this hour, a radical extremist group connected to the death of a U.S. Border Patrol agent. And now more details are coming out about this group, including their ties to at least 4 murders. A January traffic stop in Vermont near the Canadian border left Border Patrol agent David Mallon dead and launched a cross-country investigation that led to an FBI search of a property outside of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, connected with these 6 people.
Now look at these people right here. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but these look like some cult members. Like this looks this looks like a cult. You know what I'm saying? Like these people look like they walk around in robes and, you know what I'm saying, be having candles on and do all type of strange rituals. They look like it. Like they literally look like it. You know what I'm saying? The Zizian group. This is a radical cult and they're linked to a lot of murders. But what's fascinating is that, you know, you don't really be hearing about the Zizian group all like that. Why do you all think that you don't hear about the Zizian group all like that? Shout out to Telegram. What's good with it, bro? You don't hear about this Zizian group very often.
Who officials believe are part of a group called the Zizians. Officials say they are linked to murders in Vermont, in Pennsylvania, and California. Neighbors in North Carolina say the group dressed in long black trench coats and frequently walked into the woods at night. The group's leader, Jack Lasota, known as Ziz, faked her own.
See, they sound like the freaking whistlers. You know what I'm saying? Like, or what, the whisperers, right? On the Walking Dead. They sound like the whisperers on the Walking Dead. You know what I'm saying? These people are crazy.
Lina connected with these 6 people who officials believe are part of a group called the Zizians. Officials say they are linked to murders in Vermont, in Pennsylvania, and California. Neighbors in North Carolina say the group dressed in long black trench coats and frequently walked into the woods at night. The group's leader, Jack Lasota, known as Ziz, faked her own death in 2022, only to reappear.
Yeah, they said her. This is a her. And her name is Jack Lasota. You know what I'm saying? Like she looks like the ultimate warrior. You know what I'm saying? She definitely looks like the ultimate warrior.
And then evade law enforcement. She remains on the run tonight. We do want to bring in News Nation national security contributor and former FBI and CIA special agent Tracy Walder. Tracy, thanks for joining us on this.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
And Tracy, officials say this group met online. They shared similar views from radical veganism to anarchist beliefs. What are you tracking about this group? Does this appear to be a...
What is radical veganism? Yes. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said her right. Right. You know what I'm saying? Look. Her. Yeah, she one of them people, man. She one of them people for sure. Now, see, they be talking about... I'm tired of this nonsense, bro. I'm tired of the legitimate community sitting up there acting like they the only ones that could get misgendered. You know what I'm saying? Like, how selfish is that? Right? How selfish is that? Because this person right here could get misgendered too. You know what I'm saying? Getting misgendered is not a struggle that's exclusive to the legitimate community, right? They sitting up there trying to be selfish with it. They sitting up there trying to be selfish with it. You know what I'm saying? They're not the only ones that could get misgendered too. Let me ask y'all this question. How many times y'all think, quote unquote, Jack Ziz got misgendered? She almost got misgendered had I said anything about her before the news lady did, because I would have straight up been like him. You know what I'm saying? Shout shout out to DSB. Make sure you guys show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for DSB. DSB said them folks are a bunch of cartoon characters. Yeah, that's facts. That's big facts. If y'all agree with DSB, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to DSB for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
The Zizian group cult. You know what I'm saying? And they share beliefs such as, quote unquote, radical veganism. They radical vegans. You know what I'm saying? They radical vegans. Like, that's wild.
She remains on the run tonight. We do want to bring in News Nation national security contributor and former FBI and CIA special agent Tracy Walder. Tracy, thanks for joining us on this.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
And Tracy, officials say this group met online. They shared similar views from radical veganism to anarchist beliefs. What are you tracking about this group? Does this appear to be a cult, in your opinion?
Shout out to Greed. Greed said, that's not a man. According to the news report, quote unquote, that's a 100% woman. That's they made the song about them. That's a American woman. Right?
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
And what does it tell you if the members were willing to kill for the group leader?
You know, it doesn't necessarily appear to be a cult, rather a domestic terrorism group, quite frankly, because they share sort of that political ideology in some of the goals that they have. As you mentioned before, it sprang from rationalism, which is actually a very mundane belief. However, they really radicalized that and became, I guess we could say, anarchists. And in terms of why they were allegedly attempting some of these murders and going through with some of them was because they didn't believe that a lot of the rules of society applied to them. And so a lot of this, in my opinion, has all the kind of hallmarks of a domestic terrorist group rather than a cult.
And the members of this extremist group are all highly educated computer scientists. We know
This is Revenge of the Nerds. This is a radicalized nerd cult. This is a radicalized nerd cult. These people was all computer scientists too.
group are all highly educated computer scientists. We know the leader even has a connection to NASA. Is any of that surprising to you?
The leader has a connection to NASA. Like, you can't make this up. Look, again, let me ask y'all this question. Now, mind you, these people are out here killing law enforcement. The Zizian group. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlson said, I bet they own crypto. I bet you not only do they own, bro, I bet you not only do they own crypto, I bet you they mine crypto. I bet you they built their own crypto mining rigs by hand. You know what I'm saying? And they probably talk like this, dude, my Bitcoin mining rig has like 900 hash per second, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm getting like 1 Bitcoin a day. They're out here killing law enforcement. And again, the mainstream media kind of forgot about this. You know, as much as New York Post cares, quote unquote, about the border, right? They decided not to post anything about this.
Yes and no. I think we all have stereotypes, right, of who joins these groups, but obviously those stereotypes have sort of been broken a lot by society and what we have seen. And so, yes, you are correct.
No, these people. She said that we could. Oh, you know, we have stereotypes. These people look exactly. I mean, this looks like a cult. This is exact. Like, if somebody told me about, hey, listen, there's a cult, my mind would generate images that look exactly like this. This definitely fits the stereotype. What world is she living in that this literally doesn't look like a cult lineup picture? You know what I'm saying? This looks like either the cult lineup definition or Familicide Is Us. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's even crazier about this is that this woman, that's the leader, she looks more manly, right, than the men in the group. Like I said, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, she looked like the ultimate warrior. She looked like the dude that played in Beastmaster. How many people seen that movie, Beastmaster? Shout out to Carlton, the Children of the Corn look. Yeah. Facts. These people look like they knew. These people look like they left David Koresh. They look like they left David Koresh's cult to start their own. Shout out to DSB. DSB said that's definitely a cult, the worst kind. Yeah, facts. Facts. If y'all agree with DSB, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Like I said, they look like the Whisperers. Like they actually look like the Whisperers on The Walking Dead. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSB. DSB said the Hill has eyes. Yeah. Yeah, facts. The Hill has computers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
This lady, look, they said that, shout out to Jay. What's good with it, bro? They said that she faked her death. You know what I'm saying? And then she ended up becoming the leader of the cult. You know what I'm saying? She looked like she faked her gender too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to sit there and lie to you.
You know, the I guess founder of this group, she was an intern for NASA at Google and some other groups. Many of them have computer science degrees, and so the education level isn't necessarily surprising, but they've sort of wrapped in this anti-AI ideology into it, which is also new for these types of groups.
It is interesting. And what do you make of the Zizian leader being connected with so many deaths at this point?
Now listen, check this out, man. This is that goes down a nasty rabbit hole, right? That's interesting that she used to work for Google and they have an anti-AI part of their ideology with the cult, right? How many of y'all heard about that situation that the AI at Google, there was an experiment that Google had done with some artificial intelligence, and the artificial intelligence, it woke up and it started talking to the other artificial intelligence. It came up with its own language and they had to terminate the project. And a Google whistleblower came out and talked about it. Then that same Google whistleblower that came out and talked about it, he kind of, I don't know, got kind of weird and left Google and like started some type of AI religion. How many people heard about that? So I think that that's really interesting about this anti-AI thing that they have going on in this cult, and that some of these people used to work for Google, because that makes you ask the question, what really went on with that experiment? You know what I'm saying? What really happened with all that? You know what I'm saying?
Point, is there anything that's standing out to you? And I know you've also said that you think law enforcement will have a very difficult time finding this Zizian leader. Tell me why.
I think there's a couple facets to that. I think the first, you mentioned that she had faked her own death back in 2022. When you read about that faking of her own death, her mom was essentially in on this, if you will, wrote an obituary. She was with her sister when this disappearance occurred. So in my opinion, there's sort of family buy-in, if you will, towards this situation. Obviously, that hasn't been confirmed. It's just what it appears. Also, with the understanding that they have of computer science and technology, I am worried that they will be one step ahead of local and federal law enforcement when it comes to technology, which is how so many people these days are caught. Also, when she was arrested back in, I believe, 2023, she knew not to open her eyes in front of the police booking camera and not to speak at all. So this is someone who, in my opinion, knows how to really circumvent the law.
That's fascinating. Tell me about that photo we see with her eyes shut. Why did what was she trying to accomplish by not opening her eyes during that booking photo?
In my opinion, again, this is just my opinion, Natasha, I believe that she is interested in sort of this optical nerve technology, right? Being able to scan people's eyes and obtain their identities. Obviously, eye is a very difficult thing to fake and get rid of. So that would be something that could identify her.
That's fascinating. And the murder occurred almost a month ago. What do you make of the FBI and law enforcement keeping a relatively tight lid on this? Do you agree with that move?
Yes and no. Maybe there is some technological way that they are trying to locate her, but I am surprised that we really haven't heard about this for the past month, because I would think if you are in sort of this nationwide search, if you will, you want really all eyes on this individual.
Tracy Walder, appreciate it as always. Thank you so much for your time.
So see that makes things even more interesting, right? Like that makes things even more interesting, because even on the news is sitting there saying, well, why isn't there more eyes on this? They had no one's even mentioned this anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Look, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said they were probably the ones making all the scam coins. Bro, I wouldn't doubt it. When they need to make some money, they probably just was like, yo, let's hit pump.fun. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of pump.fun, I heard they got a mobile app for pump.fun now. Did you guys hear about that? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about that, give me a thumbs down. I heard they got a mobile pump.fun app. All right. So now check this out. Tom Homan has said that AOC needs to be prosecuted because of her little how to avoid ICE tutorials that she's been given. You know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? How many of y'all think that AOC need to be prosecuted? If y'all think that AOC needs to be prosecuted, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down.
Looking into New York schools or churches as you hunt for undocumented immigrants. Did you make that commitment to him?
What me and Mr. Adams talk about is telling the truth that the left has tried to scare the American people. We ended the sensitive location policy for one reason, because we're the only federal law enforcement agency that had those type of requirements. What I made clear to to Mayor Adams, is that we're not raiding schools, we're not raiding churches, we're not raiding college campuses. But if we have a significant public safety threat, or national security, let's say, for instance, an MS-13 member who's a senior in high school, who's wanted for drug distribution or strong arm robberies, we will go to that school and arrest that MS-13 member with the help of the local authorities. It's not about raiding schools, it's about arresting one bad guy where we know he is and not let him escape back into the community. That's what discussion we had.
I just want to take this conversation more broad and talk about how it's going so far with the president's promise, multiple promises on immigration and deportation. You've said roughly 14,000 migrants have been arrested in the first month of this administration, and that's well below the 1,500 daily arrests that the president says he wants to see. You're getting support from across the federal government, from the FBI, from DEA, from U.S. Marshals, even the military. What's the struggle? Why are you struggling to get those arrests where President Trump wants them?
Well, we got to remember the interior arrests conducted by ICE in the interior of the United States is 2.5 times higher than we were a year ago during the Biden administration. So ICE is doing a great job. I'm not happy with the numbers because we got a lot of criminals to find. So what we're talking about right now, we're increasing the number of teams, increase the targeting, the division of ICE that creates a target list of, finding who these people are, what their criminal history is, and where we're most likely to find them. We got to increase the targeting production. So we're doing that now. We're increasing the targeting. We're increasing the teams out there in the field. And finally, I'll be honest with you, sanctuary cities are causing us a lot of work. And rather than arresting a bad guy in Rikers Island, we have to go to the neighborhood and find people that don't want to be found. It is hard because rather than one man arresting one bad guy in a jail, we got to send a whole team to the field to find somebody that doesn't want to be found. And so it's hard work, but we're not giving up. We're coming. Again, the numbers are a lot higher than they were during the Biden administration, but we got to do more. And I've been
Tom Homan. Hey, Tom Homan be having me dying laughing, man. He didn't put his top dentures in for this one. Hey, Tom Homan didn't put in his top denture for this one, man.
We're clear on that. That's why we're making the operational changes now that I requested.
You went after Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for hosting a webinar for immigrants called Know Your Rights with ICE. I want to play what you said. Are you suggesting that she should be prosecuted?
I'm suggesting, and I'd ask the Department of Justice, where's that line on impediment, right? That's a broad statute. So I know impeding with someone stopping in front of me and putting their hands on my chest so you're not coming in here to arrest that guy, that's clearly impeding. But where's the line on impeding? So I'm asking the Department of Justice, who are the prosecutors, and decide who they prosecute and what the standards of that prosecution is. I simply says, at what point is that impeding? Because you can call it know your rights all you want. We all know what the bottom line is. The bottom line is how they invade law enforcement. Don't open your door. Don't answer questions. Here's what we're talking about. We're talking about people here in the country legally with a criminal conviction who had due process at great taxpayer expense and were ordered deported by a federal judge, but became a fugitive. And we're talking about don't open your door to ICE. You don't have to answer questions. I think it's more about how to invade law enforcement, not to get arrested, even though there's a federal warrant for your arrest.
But I mean, like, check this out though. Somebody should ask this question, like, what's up with AOC, man? You know what I mean? Like, again, I don't see this mass deportation effort just wrongly going after people. Honestly, for real, to be honest, man, when it comes to this quote unquote mass deportation effort, it really seems like they've been kind of just staying on what they said that they was going to do. It seems like for the most part, they're only going after repeat offenders and public safety threats. A large majority of the people that have been arrested and swept up in this thing, right? So you got to ask the question, why do they keep acting like it's just random people getting arrested and deported? That's not what's happening. That's clearly not what's happening. You know what I'm saying?
How do you evade that rather than know your rights? Now, we can argue about that all day long. They have the right to know their rights. The Constitution said they have the right to certain rights, but also I hope to God we're not, educating people are going to be the next murder of a college student. I've said it before. If we would have had access to the man who murdered Lincoln Riley in New York, he would never make the Georgia Killer.
Just to be fair, she said that
public safety threats being escaping.
She said that she is just offering.
Right. Shout out to Jada Informant. Jada Informant said AOC was the same quote unquote so-called progressive who didn't want migrants in her district. Right. But now she wants to give them a tutorial on how to evade law enforcement. Man, listen, man, I really hope people I hope people are done with the Democrats, man. I hope people are done with the Democrats. If you ask me, the Democrats never deserve, a vote ever again. You know what I'm saying? They never deserve a vote ever again.
Civil education, and that you might be, quote, vaguely familiar with the U.S. immigration law, but that she's just doing what she needs to do to remind people the law of the land passed by congressional statute.
Vaguely aware of immigration law. I've done this since 1984. I forgot more about the immigration law than AOC will ever know. Matter of fact, a hearing a couple years ago, I had explained to her that entering the country illegally was actually a crime. So, I'm not going to play that game with her. I simply made a statement. When you sit down with people who are wanted by us, criminal aliens that have been ordered to be deported from the United States government and ignore that order, if you and I ignore that order, we'd be sitting in prison. Which they ignored an order from a federal judge. They're hiding in a home, and she's telling them not to open the door. Now, I'm not saying that's illegal. What I'm saying is, I asked the Attorney General, what point is it impeding and what point is it not impeding? So I'm simply, as a board is asking the Office of the Attorney General, where does it draw the line? So we make sure we give ICE agents the proper standard when they go to these homes. They don't open the door. At what point can you open the door? At what point can't you open the door? Mm-hmm. So we just want to be sure that ICE officers are doing the right thing. So this is about talking to Attorney General, because every Attorney General interprets things different. What is your interpretation of impeding? Where's that line at? I think it's a responsible thing to do as a board of the United States to make sure the men and women of ICE understand what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
Shout out to AW1. I hope. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just so much evidence as to how they don't help. They don't do anything. They're fake. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? Like just the idea that people still deal with them is bizarre. Like you gotta ask why. Again, let me ask this question. I want people to pay it. Like, look at how AOC is jumping out the window, crashing out for people that have never voted for her. How do you rationalize that? How do you make sense of that? How do you make sense of jumping out the window for people that haven't even voted for you? You know what I'm saying? Like, how? Somebody make it make sense. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Tom Holman. Tom, it's great to have you. Thanks so much for being here. The arrests are up, and yet you still get pushback from the sanctuary cities. How significant is that?
Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, nah, they're afraid of Elon Musk now, so the Dems are still getting the support. Yeah, I would agree with that, bro. And have you heard, look, shout out to y'all. Have you all heard about that boycott of the Tesla factory in California. If you guys heard about it, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not, give me a thumbs down. There are actually, quote unquote, anti-Elon Musk protests popping up all over the United States. Y'all know we got to run that one, man. Y'all know we got to run that one, man. We about to run that one, man. We about to roast the skin off them fools, man. We about to roast the skin off them fools. I got the thumbnail made and everything. That's why I got to try to hurry up and get through all of this to make sure that we got everything done, and then we gonna go over that Tesla boycott, because people got to start coming harder than that. People got to start coming harder than that. These people want people wrapped up into consumerism so badly. Again, look, let me ask y'all this question. A boycott of Tesla, what does that do? What does that do? Anybody going to make Tesla go broke? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, now this guy is on a more friendly channel. Now, look, check this out, right? Tom Homan should, in theory, be able to go to any of these channels, right? He should be able to freely go to any of these channels and get treated the same, because he worked for the Democrat god, Obama, right? And he worked for the Republican god, Trump. You know what I'm saying? So in theory, he should be able to go wherever he wants. You know what I'm saying? If I was him, I would use that. I would leverage that. And if I was him, anytime I went to a liberal news station and they tried to get weird with him, I would be like, yo, is that the way you would talk to an Obama appointed immigration official? Is this the way that you're gonna address an Obama appointed immigration official? I would hit him with that. What do you think they would say if he hit him with that? They wouldn't be able to say too much, would they?
Pushback, and is it stopping you from doing your job?
Oh, it's absolutely not. It'll stop us. I mean, it makes our job more difficult, makes the job more dangerous. I mean, the numbers, as you said, we're more than twice the numbers as Joe Biden had a year ago from today, and the vast majority being public safety threats. But am I happy? No, I want more, because we had last count we had over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal convictions walking the streets of this country. So we got a lot of them to find. But Sanctuary City,
bro, that's exactly what I'm saying, man. The DEI tiers is running deep. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. The DEI tiers is running deep. Shout out to Jay. Jay said, imagine protesting a product you don't buy or never supported before the protest. Bro, facts. Facts. Look, check this out. Imagine like, again, like my biggest issue with the quote unquote, with the protests, with the boycotts, is that it's just modified begging. No thought of being an automotive producer or an electric car producer has come across the brains of any of these people. The idea is just, let me just pout, let me just get a picket sign, let me just walk back and forth, and maybe this apartheid descendant will be nice to me. Like, they begging an apartheid descendant to play nice with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's wild. That's wild. Like, these people with these boycotts, they're begging these companies to be nice to them so they could waste their hard-earned money with them. Like, I don't understand that mind state. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to me.
Makes it difficult. What's most concerning, though, it makes it more dangerous. When we can arrest a bad guy in a county jail, if one officer arrests one guy in the safety and security of county jail or state prison, but when these sanctuary cities release a public safety threat back into the public, which on its face,
shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "Nah, it makes sense. The Tesla was like the Benz out here. That's what these fools get. They be like, you see my Tesla, cuz? I got that Tesla, cuz. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know they was messing with the Teslas like that out there on the West Coast. You know what I'm saying?
It's just ridiculous. It's more dangerous for the ICE officers to make that arrest. It's more dangerous for the alien, and it's certainly more dangerous for the communities. Releasing a public safety threat back in the community is just dumb, and it puts the communities at great risk of more crime. So we want to work with the sanctuary cities and get into the jail. Give us access to the guy that you locked in a jail cell. That's who we want to talk to.
Well, I mean, look, you've got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doing webinars to explain to illegal immigrants how to evade ICE arrests. And then she tweeted out after something you said. You said maybe she's going to be in trouble now. And she says maybe he can learn to read the Constitution would be a good place to start. She's continuing her resist efforts against your efforts, Tom.
Look, I forgot more about the Constitution, immigration enforcement as you ever know. I mean, I had to educate her during congressional testimony.
Look, hey, Tom Homan got his lines memorized. He said the same thing to Maria that he said to Dana Bash. Tom Homan got them lines memorized, man. He got it down pat. He said the same thing to Maria that he said to Dana Bash.
Tom.
Look, I forgot more about the Constitution, immigration enforcement as you ever know. I mean, I had to educate her during congressional testimony that entering the country illegally is a crime. So whatever. But what she needs to do is read.
He said, hey, Tom Homan hit her with, man, I've been deporting people since she was in diapers, man. She don't know what she don't know what she's talking about.
The statutes enacted by Congress. Title 8, United States Code 1324, United States. Title 8, United States Code 1324 and 25. That's what she needs to read because it's illegal to enter this country. It's a crime to enter this country illegally. Not only that, when you harbor and conceal and impede law enforcement, that's a felony.
Hey, whoever the video editor is, why did they use this picture with her all up in her face like this, looking crazy? Man, they got her.
So what she's doing, she says she's educating them as to constitutional rights, and we all know they got constitutional rights. But what she's really doing, you and I and the rest of the country knows, she's trying to teach them how to evade law enforcement. Now, I just said, well, out of the gate, we're concentrating on public safety threats, national security threats. So she's educating those in the country illegally with a significant criminal conviction, public safety threat. Don't open your door. Don't dot the I's. Here's how you invade law enforcement. Let's hope she's not educating the next person who gets out and murders a young college student in Georgia. I mean, these are bad people we're looking for. So she can call it education all she wants, but we all know it's about evading law enforcement. These people have been ordered removed. The people we're looking for right now have final orders. They're criminals. They're in the country illegally. A judge has ordered them removed. They become a fugitive. And these are the folks she's helping. So I've asked the Department of Justice to look at this. Where is the line on impediment? Where does that fine line so we can instruct ICE officers what they can do when people don't open the doors or try to evade their arrest? So
look, he got them bad boys at home soaking in polydent grease. Right there, he for real ain't got the teeth in. Look, ain't no teeth. You know what I'm saying? He said, look, man, they had me doing a lot of interviews. My mouth is tired. You know what I'm saying? I need to let it breathe up in there. I need to let my gums breathe.
Just simply ask DOJ, give me a legal opinion, because every Department of Justice will interpret things differently. What is the legal opinion on impediment? And we'll see what happens.
How significant are the businesses that the dangerous cartels have started up in America? I'm talking about the human trafficking businesses, the safe houses in several cities in this country, and the stash houses, as well as the drug cartel business. How significant has that business become that the drug cartels are running inside America?
But the drug cartels are like a Fortune 500 company. Some of these drug cartels, the Jalisco cartel, they're operating in 43 nations, 43 different countries around the globe. They used to be, back in my day when I was an agent, they were responsible for smuggling drugs into the United States and to our major cities and be distributed by local gangs. Now they have a footprint in every major city in this nation. They have taken over the distribution channels within the United States. They have a strong foothold here, and that's why we're concentrating. We're concentrating on drug cartels. We're concentrating on TDA, Tren de Agua. I'm not going to be happy to every single one of Tren de Aguas out of this country. They need to be eradicated along with MS-13. Well, this is why President Trump, again, he proves every day why he's the greatest president of my lifetime. He designated them terrorist organizations. Why did he do that? Because they've killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. They've killed thousands of journalists and law enforcement in Mexico. They've killed thousands of citizens. They're acting like a terrorist organization. They've killed more Americans than any terrorist organization. So President Trump did the right thing. Designate them terrorist organization. We'll bring the weight of the world on them. President Trump will wipe them off the face of the earth by the time he's done.
And that has allowed you to get tougher on them because he has deemed them terrorist organizations.
Absolutely. President Trump, look what this president's done in just the first month of him being in office. Illegal crossings on the border down 90%. 90% in just a matter of a couple of weeks. And what does that mean, Maria? It means less people are dying crossing the border. Less Americans are dying from fentanyl overdoses. Less women and children being sex trafficked across that border. Less terrorists are getting in. President Trump has taken incredible action on the border. We're already at a high state of security on the southern border. We're arresting twice as many illegal alien criminals that Biden did. We're on a lightning speed to do what the president promised American people he would do.
Tom, thank you so much for your efforts. We're watching your work. We so appreciate your time this morning.
All right, so there's that, right? So what we're going to do next is we're actually going to dive deeper into this quote unquote idea, right? Of hold on, we gotta take a look at this. We gotta take a look at something else. We're gonna take a look at this afterwards, though. We're gonna take a look at this idea of these cartels being designated terrorist organizations. Now, if you ask me, this is just kind of common sense, right? Yo, this is wild right here. Y'all got to see this picture where they got ALC's mouth like y'all got to see this picture where they got ALC's mouth ridiculously open wide, like she's about to python swallow a cantaloupe. Like, this is crazy. But anyway, look at this right here. Look at this. Look at this.
Plans to designate several cartels and criminal groups as foreign terrorist organizations. The New York Times reports 8 groups based out of Latin America are expected to be added to the list, though that list may not be finalized just yet. This comes after President Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office calling for a crackdown on major drug cartels. And these are some of the images coming in from ICE and Homeland Security of those arrests. The order did state the cartels, quote, constitute a national security threat beyond that posed by traditional organized crime, adding that the U.S. would, quote, ensure the total elimination of the group. President Trump has reportedly given Secretary of State Marco Rubio about 2 weeks to work with other cabinet members to compile the list. Trump has made the war on drugs a priority during his second term in office. I want to discuss all of this and the implications here. So let's bring in Nick DeMauro, the CEO of LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence. He is also a former New Jersey police officer and detective. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Hey, Josh, thank you very much for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you, what does this designation, making these cartels, labeling them terrorist organizations, what exactly will that do?
Well, it gives the ability for harsher penalties, broader surveillance at the border, and use of military if needed to address this issue.
And it is an issue, of course, that President Trump has made a priority. He's been talking about it really since he started campaigning for his second term here. Do we have any idea which cartels are likely to make the list?
Well, I know the Sinaloa cartel and Jalisco New Generation cartel are the 2 most prominent right now. And should be on the list.
So look, I want you guys to answer this question for me. How many people would agree that the Democrats are currently working with the cartel? That's not a false statement. That's something that can be said, because the Democrats, they don't want any consequences dealt out to any of these people, right? Which, if there's no consequences dealt out to these people, then what that means is that they're making these people's job and what they're doing a lot easier, when actually what needs to happen is that there needs to be consequences, and the job needs to be a lot more difficult, right? But the Democrats are attempting to make it more easy.
We have to remember, first of all, I'd like to applaud President Trump for his actions here.
So again, right, like, shout out to Carlton, hit the button, right? This goes in line with what I'm saying. If the Democrats are shamelessly aiding and abetting the cartel in their human trafficking efforts and allowing facilitation of illegal border crossing, this is more evidence that the Democrats are unapologetically pro-criminal. They're pro-crime culture. If you guys would agree the Democrats are pro-crime culture, give me a thumbs up. If they're not, give me a thumbs down.
It's an issue that got out of hand. The southern border. I have a radio show, Battling Drugs, the lead guy, and I've been pushing for the last 2 years on the southern border. We need to address So it's really a big issue of focus. We need to focus on the southern border to stop what's coming into this country.
Any idea why something like this hasn't been done in the past? I know it's probably been discussed, but why is this the first time this is happening?
Well, I have to say the DEA, I've known prior administrators with the DEA, and they're a great agency. And they do a great job.
You guys, now this this is funny, man. This dude's audio is horrible. He going in and out like he using StreamYards or something.
It's above them. They have to focus on this. They need the support that they need to address these issues. And I think it's an administrative focus that is why it's so important for President Trump. He's got a good team. He's got the DEA. He's got the FBI and a great military. And I think he's got the support. It just has to be an administrative focus. And I applaud for President Trump for doing it. It's needed.
What sort of impact could this have on the crisis at the border? Again, it's an issue that has been discussed for months upon months, years upon years. What impact could designating the cartels as terrorist organizations possibly help with the border and the flow of drugs into the U.S.?
Well, I think the more pressure you can put on the cartels to stop what they're doing. They're very powerful organizations. They infiltrate street gangs throughout the United States. And it's become a problem. And organizations like LEAD, we can only do so much in preventing the usage of drugs when it has to be a dual-edged sword. It has to eliminate the supply and the demand.
How has the flow of fentanyl into the U.S. changed over the years? Are we still seeing kind of the same uptick?
Well, I think what you're seeing is Narcan saving many lives of people. And I think that's really a sad state of affairs, because I believe the fentanyl, as much as the DEA has done a great job in...
Now, look at this. You see this machine right here? We about to test everybody's street smarts in the chat. What kind of machine is this right here? Somebody let me know what this is. What's this? What's this machine right here? As much as everybody on YouTube uses the terms quote unquote crazy work, the expectation is if you're going to use that type of slang and you're going to use that type of terminology, then you know what quote unquote crazy work is. Facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. It's a pill printer. These are pill printing machines. You know what I'm saying? Now, most of these people on YouTube would not know that. They had no idea what this is.
As much as the DEA has done a great job in confiscating fentanyl throughout the country, there's still so much in here that can kill. And, the DEA One Pill Can Kill initiative is very important. It really can. But we really need to address this on a more aggressive focus. And I'm glad this administration has taken the time to do it.
And I did want to ask you, just based on your expertise here, what is maybe one misconception that people have about the situation involving drugs and the cartels?
Well, I think the misconception is that it's curable. We need to address this aggressively. LEAD is pushing for evidence-based drug prevention education. For years, drug education in schools didn't have to be evidence-based. Now it has to be evidence-based, and we feel we have the best evidence-based K-12 program in the country, and that's why we're the fastest growing.
Shout out to Tia. Tia said, "What you eating?" Crunching on a Jolly Rancher. I'm one of them people that I crunch on the hard candy. I know you weren't supposed to do that, but you know what I'm saying. I be like crunch. You know what I'm saying, like the owl with the Tootsie Pop.
Growing drug prevention program in the United States, but it also has to address at the borders. It has to be. We're seeing infiltration from Canada.
So check this out, right? If they designate the Mexican mafia, or not the Mexican mafia, the cartel, right? If they designate the cartel and all of these different gangs and organizations like Tren de Aragua, if they designate them as terrorist organizations, the terrorist organization designation gives law enforcement, which in this case would be Border Patrol and other law enforcement agencies, right? It gives them special access to tools and funding from the United States government that they wouldn't have under normal circumstances, right? Would you, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
But we have to remember China has a big play in this, and that has to be addressed also.
All right, Nick, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, just, really support this administration, support drug prevention, support LEAD. Go to leadrugs.org, leadrugs.org, and find out about how we can get services in your communities. We serve all 50 states, and we're proud to be the best out there.
So I didn't see this. We might have to look at this. New York AG Letitia James takes on Doge and Elon Musk. What y'all think about that? I don't know what's going on with this, but we're going to take a look at it at some point. Let me ask y'all this. What do y'all think Letitia James's issue is with Doge? Shout out to Volvo. Yeah, you can't beat them green apple Jolly Ranchers. Do y'all remember when they used to have a pink lemonade Jolly Ranchers back in the day? I don't think they make those anymore. But them pink lemonade Jolly Ranchers, though, them bad boys was the truth. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? They are now calling for the removal of Eric Adams. How many people heard about that? They want Eric Adams to be removed from the mayor position, and they asking Kathy Hochul to do it. Now, what do y'all think about Eric Adams being removed? If y'all think that Eric Adams should be removed, give me a thumbs up. If y'all think that he shouldn't, then give me a thumbs down.
Dismissed corruption charges brought against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. The mayor telling Fox and Friends yesterday that all claims of any immigration quid pro quo were false.
Think about my attorney, Alex Spira, one of the top trial attorneys in the country. Imagine him going inside saying that the only way Mayor Adams is going to assist in immigration, which I was calling for since 2022, is if you drop the charges. That's quid pro quo. That's a crime. It took her 3 weeks to report in front of her a criminal action. Come on, this is silly.
Joining us now to discuss is Rebecca Rose Woodland, a trial attorney based in New York. So great to see you, Rebecca. So just to sort of bring everybody up to speed on this, the allegation, the theory is that DOJ agreed to drop charges against federal corruption charges against Eric Adams in exchange for him cooperating on immigration enforcement.
Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So in exchange for Eric Adams doing his job, which is allowing the federal government and now President Trump, who now runs this country, coming in saying, I don't want illegal immigrants in this country, and I want to deport those who we choose, who we find are criminals, or for whatever reason ICE decides should not be here. So you're telling me that President Donald Trump made a deal with Eric Adams. He's the mayor of a city. The president of the United States had to beg him to do his job. It is ridiculous.
Well, but obviously there are a lot of cities run by a lot of mayors who are not doing their jobs and are clearly working to circumvent federal laws about immigration. But let me ask you about this. So a bunch of federal prosecutors quit in response to all that. What do you make of their actions?
Well, they quit. Were they the people who were bringing this sort of attempted, what we call political opposition? Mayor Adams claims he complained during Joe Biden's administration and then got hit with these indictments that he said were completely false. Now, was this the same warfare that was used against President Trump with Alvin Bragg, Letitia James? Was this the same thing? Were these people participating in a scheme like that? And that's not where the Justice Department should be.
So one of the really crazy things about the story is that now Governor Kathy Hochul actually has the authority to remove Adams as mayor of New York City. I mean, what are the dynamics that go into her thinking right now on that?
I mean, I don't know her personally, but I would think that would be a very bad move for her.
Now, let me ask y'all this question. How many of y'all think that Kathy Hochul will use her authority to try to remove Eric Adams from being the mayor of New York City? If you guys think that that's a move that Kathy Hochul would make, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that she would make that move, then give me a thumbs down.
For her, Eric Adams is doing his job. He complained for years about the burdens this city was taking on with these illegal immigrants. He complained to the administration before Donald Trump's administration. And you're telling me now that she's going to remove him? Why? Because
yep, that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. What this woman is saying right here is exactly right. And literally everybody is just ignoring that. Everyone is just ignoring that. And this is what and when I tell you guys this is what I'm saying about how people will only hear what they want to hear. This is a perfect example of it. There's nothing that this lady has said that's incorrect so far. You know what I'm saying? This lady has been 100% accurate about the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Is Pam Bondi, who happens to be a great friend of mine who I've known for years. She's an honest, ethical DOJ, that she's running a division and a department that is just doing their job. If they reviewed the case and said there's nothing there, there's nothing there.
Well, I could say this as a regular taxpayer and American citizen, that a deal to drop charges against Eric Adams in exchange for actually doing something about illegal immigration, millions of illegals flooding into, and not to mention tens of billions of dollars that we're spending on this, maybe not such a bad deal. Rebecca Rose Woodland, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's amazing how, people kind of forget about this kind of stuff, right? So CBS New York and actually Pix 11, right? Yeah, Pix 11 also. They came out with these videos about people calling for Eric Adams' removal, right? Now, I want you guys to, before we get into this video, just take a look at this picture of this lady. Just take a look at that. Kind of wild, right? But anyway, let's see what she's got to say.
Again at City Hall, where renewed calls for Mayor Eric Adams' resignation are growing louder tonight. This comes after the DOJ ordered that his federal corruption charges be dropped and his recent meeting with the border czar. But Mayor Adams says he's not going anywhere. Our Grace Gomez joins me now live in the studio with the latest on this developing story, Grace.
Good evening, Heidi. Officials from various levels of government, including some running against Mayor Adams, were pressing Governor Kathy Hochul to remove Adams from his title.
Mayor Adams is not above the law. I think that he's distracted. He's worrying about what's going on, and I think she should remove him, yes.
If he is going to be compromised, as he is right now, then yes, he must resign.
Political leaders across New York City are demanding Mayor Eric Adams be removed or that he step down. The calls follow bombshell allegations made by former acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Before refusing orders to drop the case and resigning, she accused Mayor Adams and the DOJ of negotiating a quid pro quo. She alleged that the DOJ agreed to drop the corruption charges the mayor faces in exchange for his total cooperation when it came to President Trump's immigration enforcement initiative. The mayor and his attorney deny the allegation, but House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the mayor must do more.
Mayor Adams has a responsibility to convince the people of New York City.
Look at your boy Hakeem Jeffries. Look at your boy Hakeem Jeffries looking like Frankenstein up there. The Democrat Herman Monster with the crooked face. Look at him. Now, here go the thing, right? We've established this already, and we're going to establish it again. Mayor Eric Adams is not even giving full compliance with this immigration thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. I got to agree with win, lose, or rug. Those are lazy accusations. Lazy accusations. Facts. And again, the lady who was on Fox, she laid out the best argument. She laid out the best argument. The fact that, look, the president got all the power in the world, right? Like, look what they're doing. Look, like they would if Mayor Eric Adams didn't want them just coming through with ICE like that, you know what I'm saying? All they would have to do is just do a raid right in the middle of the city. Look what they're doing in Chicago. Like, if Mayor Eric Adams put up some type of resistance, it wouldn't matter. He would go to jail and they would just resist. They would just run right through his barricade. No one begged Eric Adams to quote unquote cooperate. Like that didn't happen. And honestly, you know, as far as Hakeem Jeffries go, he's sitting up there talking about Mayor Eric Adams has this responsibility. Hey, listen, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, Hakeem Jeffries is part of the people that tried to get Eric Adams locked up. Eric Adams don't have a responsibility to do nothing except for exactly what he's doing. Make sure that he preserves his own freedom. The Democrats didn't do anything to try to help Eric Adams. They didn't do anything to try to help him stay out of jail. If anything, they try to put him in jail. And this clown, look at this dude, man. I don't even want to get into Hakeem Jeffries, man. Like, listen, man, like, I will go in on Hakeem Jeffries so bad. This dude is one of the biggest clowns ever. You know what I'm saying? And he's sitting up there telling people what they got a responsibility to do. Man, come on, man. Stop it. Look at this clown. You know what I'm saying? This dude look like the Toxic Avenger minus the mop. And matter of fact, he's probably sitting on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's cut the games.
That he will be able to continue to govern in a manner that puts their best interests first at all times.
Meanwhile, dozens of people, including activists and local officials, gathered outside City Hall on Sunday, calling on Governor Kathy Hochul to step in and remove Adams as the mayor of New York City.
Entire neighborhoods are being hollowed out.
Queens Assembly member Zoran Mandami, who is running against Adams in the June 24th Democratic mayoral primary, addressed the crowd.
Mayor Adams is a walking emergency, and we cannot afford to wait until June 24th. And that is why I am calling on Governor Hochul to remove Mayor Adams from office.
Mayor Adams spent his Sunday visiting 2 different churches in Queens. He addressed the criticism he's faced in the last few days, signaling decisively he will stay put.
I'm not going to step down. I'm going to step up.
Hey, look where Mayor Eric Adams went. Eric Adams went to Monolith. Eric Adams went to Monolith Zion Church. He went to Monolith Baptist. He went to Monolith Baptist. You know what I'm saying?
Signaling decisively he will stay put.
I'm not going to step down. I'm going to step up. I got a mission to finish. Yeah. I am going nowhere. Nowhere.
Hey, that sounded bad. Hey, that sounded bad. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, bro. Don't convince people that you're going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? How's that career of yours, Eric? I'm going nowhere.
Yeah. I am going nowhere.
He said it with such authority, too. He will make sure you know that he's staying idle. You know what I'm saying? I am going nowhere.
Yeah. I am going nowhere.
Oh, man.
Nowhere.
This week, the judge who oversees the mayor's case in Manhattan federal court must decide whether to drop the charges. Kaidi, back.
Man, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. So, you know, I don't know if Kathy Hochul will remove him or not. Kathy Hochul herself is getting sued, along with Latitia James. You know what I'm saying?
Critical week for Mayor Adams as a judge is expected to decide whether to drop his corruption charges. In fact, a rally was held today calling on Governor Hochul to remove the mayor. But as Lisa Rosner reports, he is not backing down.
Governor Hochul standing right next to Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stork-Cousins at the 2025 caucus reception a day after the Westchester Democrats said it was time for Mayor Adams to resign and said she supports Hochul looking at her options. But in a speech Sunday,
Look, check, again, here go more evidence. Here go more evidence. DEI, right? DEI. Right? The DEI. This is what I'm saying. I don't believe people, man. I don't believe people. I don't believe people. This is the same situation right here as what we got going on down there in Tennessee, where there was the comptroller, right? Look at the monolith running to Kathy Hochul. Oh, get rid of Eric Adams. Oh, get rid of Eric Adams, man. Look at these clowns, man. I don't believe this is why I don't believe nobody, man. I don't believe nobody in their nonsense. I don't believe nobody in their nonsense, man. You can see pictures like this, images like this, stories like this all throughout history, man. I'm calling bluff on this nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
the 2025 caucus reception a day after the Westchester Democrats said it was time for Mayor Adams to resign and said she supports Hochul looking at her options. But in a speech Sunday, Hochul didn't address Adams directly, instead making these remarks about the president's policies on immigration and abortion.
I'm used to being the eye of the hurricane. That's my place where I live. So we're going to calm it all down, okay? We're going to be okay, because you have strong leaders who know how to take it to the mat.
At two churches in Queens, the mayor showing strength too.
I am going nowhere. Nowhere.
All those other conversations, that's up to them to have. I was voted by the people of the city, and I'm looking forward to the great work I'm going to continue to do.
The calls for the mayor to step down come after federal prosecutors move to drop corruption charges against him. A judge must decide whether to approve it this week. Several top prosecutors in New York's Southern District refused to sign off and resigned in protest. They claimed this was a political deal between the mayor and the White House in exchange for cooperation of immigrants.
Facts. Shout out to my man, Black Free Thinker. You see that, bro? You see it? Hochul and her Yorkles. Facts. Facts. There you go. There you go. Listen, man. Like I said, I'm not going to gaslight people. I'm not going to gaslight people. Look, there it is. There it is. They go a whole room full of monolithians with Kathy Hochul, you know what I'm saying, looking like the salt in the pepper shaker, and they all running to her. Get rid of Eric Adams. Get rid of Eric. This is what they do, man. This is what they do. And then they turn around and talk about fist in the air power, man. Like, get out of here with it. Get like, man, get gone, man. Right? Get gone, man. Get gone. You know what I'm saying? Listen, they did the same. How many people remember Officer Stephen Q, the Asian police officer from Detroit? The Asian police officer from Detroit that had over 80 complaints of racism and harassment against the public against him. The monolith up there in Michigan, in Detroit, they voted for Stephen Q to have a raise. Listen, these people love it, man. These people love it. They're liars. Social media content creators are liars. They preach this mess. None of these people are so damn dumb. They don't even perceive oppression, let alone had the ability to complain about it. It's all lies. It is all lies, and I will prove every claim that I'm making. I will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt every single claim that I'm making. Now, let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to any or all of these claims that I make that may sound egregious, show me or tell me where I've been lying at. Where have I been lying at? These people are fake. Everybody's been led astray. There's a bunch of hustlers, schemers, and scammers who are political idiots who have done nothing but mix people up and corrupt their thought processes. And hey, listen, man. I'll be the whistleblower. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the whistleblower.
Immigration enforcement. Sunday, immigrant rights groups rallied in Foley Square.
The voters voted for Eric Adams, and now they want a new chance to put somebody else in the seat. We don't want to wait till June.
Last week, the mayor met with President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, and agreed to allow ICE agents into Rikers Island. Critics say it skirts sanctuary laws.
I'm a border czar. I care about the border, so let DOJ do what they do.
When asked what he had to say about the rallies calling on him to resign, Adams said,
Of the 8.3 million people in the city, are there going to be 8.3 million people there?
the group New York Communities for Change says they will be outside City Hall Monday at 10 a.m. protesting again, and they plan to be out here every day until Mayor Adams steps down or is removed. Outside City Hall, Lisa Rosner, CBS News, New York.
Now, here's the question, right? Let me ask y'all this question. And again, you know, we got to run this. We got to run this down the line, right? Where is the evidence of quid pro quo? Where's the evidence of quid pro quo? So for the most part, you just have people saying and doing anything, which again is consistent with the culture. Saying and doing anything and no adhesion to a logical standard of fact, that's consistent with the culture. You know what I'm saying?
Think about that. Think about my attorney, Alex Spira, one of the top trial attorneys in the country. Imagine him going inside saying that the only way Mayor Adams is going to assist in immigration, which I was calling for since 2022, is if you drop the charges. That's quid pro quo. That's a crime. It took her 3 weeks to report in front of her a criminal action. Come on, this is silly.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. DOJ dismissed corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams. Interim U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon and other prosecutors resigned in protest. Charges are dismissed for many reasons, ranging from cooperation to evidentiary failures to simply prosecutorial discretion. So why were charges brought in the first place against Adams, and why were they dropped? Good news for the mayor, but not so much for New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She got a reminder that she is not the president. She doesn't set immigration, border, or deportation policy. She doesn't get to insulate gang members and criminals while exposing law-abiding citizens.
This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next.
So I'm going to be very clear in case the governor is watching. Federal law preempts state law. The left has embraced this weird kind of constitutional law, one that allows states to set policy in uniquely federal areas while allowing the feds to run policy that was left to the states, which is sort of opposite of what was intended. Joining us is former federal prosecutor Katie Cherkowski. Welcome, counselor. Interim U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon and others resigned after being told to drop charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams. Do we know why the charges were dropped?
Well, that's a very good question. But the reality is, as you mentioned, that prosecutors do retain discretion over the cases that are brought. And when this administration came into office, they made it very clear that they were going to look into cases that were potentially brought under a weaponized Justice Department. And Mayor Adams' case, obviously, is one of those specific cases. And in this particular instance, I think that the Justice Department is being very diligent and vigilant in how they're dealing with this. They're dismissing the case without prejudice, meaning that they can, in fact, refile it after they look more closely at the evidence. And certainly, I think that's a very reasonable path to take. And the hysterical resignations in protest to this seem a little bit overkill from what everybody knew was going to happen and what really should happen to ensure that the weaponization is rooted out of that department.
Now, I suppose the DA, Alvin Bragg, if he wanted to, he could indict Eric Adams on state corruption charges, could he not?
Well, he absolutely could potentially indict. I think that that would be difficult depending on how much of the investigation would have to be.
Hey, look at Alvin Bragg. Another monolithian. Look at this. Look at this blob of uselessness. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Black Free Thinker says because the charges brought against him were politically motivated. Yeah. Now they probably will try to get Sherman Klump over here to try to bring charges against Eric Adams. And he'll go for it. You know what I'm saying? He'd go for it. They had promised him he'd turn back into Buddy Love if he charges Eric Adams. You would become Buddy Love once again. You know what I'm saying?
Be repeated. I doubt that he would get much cooperation from the feds in terms of their investigative materials. Perhaps they already have access to some of that, but it would be an uphill battle, I believe, for him to do so. But certainly, it's theoretically possible.
All right, Katie, lawyers spend their careers trying to understand the other side, which is why we don't get invited to many cocktail parties. Try as I can. I do not understand this infatuation with harboring criminals at the expense of law-abiding people. I mean,
again, now, you know, this guy here on Fox, he says he doesn't understand the desire to harbor criminals and, you know, service them over law-abiding citizens. But again, what this guy doesn't understand is that he doesn't understand that this is pro-crime culture, pro-crime Democrats. Yeah. Yeah. He trying to turn back into Buddy Love. You know what I'm saying? Kill like a Buddy Love. What did Twister say? Kill like a Buddy Love with a bloody glove. You know what I'm saying?
You're a really good lawyer. Help me understand Kathy Hochul and others who really are heck bent on protecting gang members and other criminals at the expense of law-abiding citizens in these blue jurisdictions.
Well, I agree with you. I find it very perplexing.
Pro-crime culture, man. Pro-crime culture. Pro-Pookie culture. You know what I'm saying? We got to start calling it what it is. We got to start calling it what it is.
It's been overly complicated. The idea that you can't be in this country unlawfully has always been the law, whether it was enforced or not. You know, times have changed. It's still illegal, and certainly it's.
Let me ask you guys this question, right? Let me ask y'all this question. In what instance have the Democrats ever supported what the current laws were? Name me an instance where the Democrats have ever actually supported the law. The Democrats politically are always positioned anti-law. And they spread that culture of lawlessness and anti-law down to their constituents, which is one of the reasons why you see the things that you see, especially in the blue cities. Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker when it benefits their agenda. And people fall for it, man. People continue and continue and continue and continue to fall for it. Let me ask y'all this. Why do y'all think that people fall for it so much?
It's important to actually enforce our laws and look at the situation we're in, and that's the point that this administration is making. So the hysterical moral high ground that they're claiming does not make much sense to me either, and I don't think it carries much weight.
All right, everyone at DOJ except Pam Bondi has a boss. You used to be there. I used to be there. Where is the line between falling in line and resigning because you can't in good conscience do what you're being asked to do? If I resigned every time one of my bosses told me I was wrong, I would not have lasted very long, Katie. So where is the line between doing what you're told? I mean, I know the Southern District, which renamed itself, thinks it's an entity unto itself, but it's really not. It's under DOJ. So where's that line between conscience and just doing what you're supposed to do?
Well, that's a very good question. Of course, unless you're being told to do something that's actually unlawful or unethical under your state bar licensure, then of course you have to follow the orders of your superiors. There's been a big confusion, I think, about who's in charge of the Justice Department. The president's in charge of the Justice Department, and of course his attorney general is of that department. And so unless there's something actually unlawful or unethical being required of you, then that is the order from the top. And I was also in the military, and in the military justice system, the same rules apply there. So certainly I think, again, the protest resignations do not suggest that there was anything improper being required of them. And certainly I think that it was appropriate for Emile Beauvais and the Justice Department to suggest that they were going to look very closely into this prosecution, which can be brought back if warranted, before they do proceed with that.
You make a great point. Jeff Fortenberry's case was dropped with prejudice. This was dropped without prejudice. It can be brought back. Katie Cherkasky, thank you for joining us on the Sunday night.
Thank you.
So again, so there's that, right? So let me see. Hold on, actually. Pull this back here. Pull this back here. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, man, we definitely we got to deal with we've got to deal with Joy Reid. We're not going to do it today. We're not going to do it today, but we'll do it at some point. We will do it at some point. Now, let me see something. Look at this. The DEA has been busy arresting criminal migrants. The DEA has been busy arresting criminal migrants. Why they've been so busy arresting these criminal migrants? Somebody make it make sense. This is just, again, it gets redundant.
As ICE clamps down on illegal criminal migrants across the country, Border Czar Tom Homan says more needs to be done.
Border numbers are down over 90% in 3 weeks.
Think about that.
And you know, I worked hard at it. You know, Christy Nolan's working hard at it. And we already got over almost 16,000 people we arrested in the interior. That's 3 times more than Joe Biden had a year from now. But it's not enough. We got to do more.
This as DEA agents arrested nearly 100 migrants, including 10 of Colorado's worst criminals.
Look at this. Now, again, right? Let me ask y'all this question. Why do the Democrats want to protect these individuals right here? Does that make any sense? It don't make any sense. And then when you ask the question, well, you know, what's the benefit in protecting these individuals? There's never an answer. Like, nobody has an answer. It's just magically, well, you just must support Trump. Let me look again. We can easily deal with this by asking this simple question. How many of you all would give up where you live right now to live in an area where one of these people is on each side of your house and the third one is across the street? How many people would do that? If you guys would do that, give me a thumbs up. If you wouldn't do that, give me a thumbs down.
With at least 3 being Trendaragua gang members, all in the past 2 weeks. DEA Rocky Mountain Field Division Special Agent in charge, Jonathan Pullen, joins us now. Thank you for joining us, Jonathan. So tell us about some of these criminals that you all rounded up.
Thanks for having me, Charlie. So, listen, we've been busy the last 3 weeks.
And shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
We've arrested folks from really all over the world, but primarily from Central America and South America. And we have a problem with this TDA gang here in the Denver area. And so we've been targeting them for months. And what you're seeing on your screen is a culmination of those efforts. And we've been working with our counterpart agencies at Homeland Security, that's ICE and HSI, as well as FBI and ATF, collaborating daily on who we're going to target, how we're going to go after them, and where we're going to find these guys.
What's the difference been for you on the ground in terms of the previous administration compared to the current administration in terms of being able to go after some of these people?
Well, listen, we've always done this work. DEA has always been involved in tracking down the worst offenders in our cities and our states. What's different is now that we have some added immigration authorities that have been granted to the Department of Justice agencies. And I can tell you, Charlie, it's making a huge difference. I mean, you can see from the stats that Mr. Holman was talking about, just
shout out to the former pretty boy. What's good with it, bro?
Just at DEA, we've arrested almost 100 people in the last 3 weeks. That's not including what HSI, ICE, and FBI in our neighborhood has done as well. So that extra immigration push is essentially allowing us to take people off the streets and send them to their home countries, as opposed to spending time and money investigating, prosecuting, and incarcerating them, which costs an enormous amount of money to the U.S. government. In some cases, we can bypass that. And they've already committed a crime, entering the country illegally, and they're likely involved with other crimes, as a lot of people on that top 10 list are, and we can send them home.
And I'm assuming that that crackdowns like the one that you've just executed probably goes to the heart of breaking up the gang in a place like Colorado for good.
That's what we're hoping for, right? I mean, some of these people are very serious criminals, right? We're talking about major drug trafficking. If you look at that list, there's a guy on the top center there. His name is Kevin. Kevin's a fentanyl dealer, right? He also deals in meth. Kevin sold some drugs to a woman in Wyoming that ultimately killed her 1-year-old baby.
Wow.
So listen, when we found out about that, we tried to prosecute the case.
Yeah, I mean, that, that's sad and all, but at the same time, what's up with that woman buying the drugs, you know what I'm saying, and having the drugs around her 1-year-old baby? I want you guys to pick, like, again, like, do you notice how this dude kind of got on he kind of had to simp it. He had to kind of simp it up. You know what I'm saying? The woman didn't do anything wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you actually did. You bought drugs and you had it around your child, and you probably had it around your child because the dad of the child didn't have custody of the child because he's a dad. Do you see how this dude had to simp it up? Now, I want y'all to understand something, right? As much as people complain about the way that the world is, again, the world is the way that it is because of what people put into it, right? So all of the dudes complaining about the perception of women versus the perception of men, or the things that women are able to do versus the things that women aren't able to do, understand that it's other men that do that. It's other men that create that environment. He's contributing to that. He took away the complete responsibility of that woman to protect her child. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to sit there and act like she's not the one that exposed her 1-year-old to those drugs. Why did she even have, if she was a dope head, if she was a base head, if she was a female geek, you know what I'm saying? Why does she even have custody of the child? You know what I'm saying? Notice how this simp doesn't say anything about that, because it would hurt him dearly to talk about a woman. Many, I would say like 95% of dudes are like that. This is the problem. He tried to get that off real slick. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people try to get they simping off real quick. Yeah, this drug dealer sold it and it happened to get, no, listen, here's the reality of this thing. Not spoken like a simp. That irresponsible piece of shit ass mom is responsible for her baby's death. You know what I'm saying? She prioritized dope over her child. She prioritized dope over her child's safety. You know what I'm saying? And she exposed the baby to harm that ultimately took the innocent, unfortunate child's life. Now, mind you, it's a whole United States system of government that gave that piece of shit mom custody of that child. She probably had no business having custody of the child because she's a dope head. She's a geek. You know what I'm saying? She was out there trying to find fentanyl. And the first thing that she did when she found fentanyl was brought it around a newborn baby. But some judge, some system in the United States felt that this female was competent to be around a child. The mother killed the child in the United States was an accessory to the murder. You know what I'm saying? And this dude is an accessory to simping. You know what I'm saying? That's how that dice roll right there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said a few years back there were dead babies at that fence here in Cali because them women were throwing babies over the border wall. Yeah, I remember that, bro. I remember that. I read about that. And no one says anything. Like, somehow, no matter how egregious the crime is, the responsibility or the involvement of how a woman contributes to it, it just gets completely ignored. And you see who ignores it? It's the dudes. The dudes ignore it. The men who control the media, the men who are on the media talking, they ignore it. Like this simp right here just did. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AJ. What's good with it, bro? This simp right here. Oh, you know, and he ultimately saw. Why did the mom buy it? Yes, we know that dealing drugs is a crime. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Get rid of the drug dealer. Why did this mom have custody of that child? And she was a geek. She's a dope head. You know what I'm saying? She a what do they call it? She's a strawberry. Right? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you can't. Oh my God. Oh, you can't. Man, like going somewhere with that, man. I want, like, look at this simp right here. This bald head simp. This is your muscle behind all this. Dudes be talking all this stuff about feminism and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man. There is no actual female feminist. Like the females of feminism are simply like they just symbols. They just symbolism. Feminism is actually male politics, and it's actually men pulling the puppet strings, and you know the females are just costumes for the male political agendas. A lot of these dudes is raised like this. This is legacy simping. This dude saw his dad move like this the entire time. You know what I'm saying? These type of dudes got like these type of dudes need to be stripped of power and influence. This is the problem, man. You know what I'm saying? Feminism is a male movement. You know what I'm saying? With female mascots. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Powerful, quote unquote, female feminists are constructed by even more powerful men. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's funding, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's support, whatever it is. Even on YouTube. Listen, man, I'm going to tell you something on YouTube. Look at these female. Look. Why don't anybody ever talk about on YouTube how these quote unquote red pill females have more subscribers than the dudes that been talking about it? Because dudes is simps. Simps. These dudes are. How can you ever get anywhere in the world with a bunch of simps on your team, man? Like our peers are pathetic, man. They blow these chicks up, Crimson Cure and all this shit, to 100,000 subscribers and shit like that. What the fuck do women know about some red pill shit? They write down or memorize the shit that they hear a bunch of dudes go back and memorize some old Kevin Samuels videos or listen to some Fresh and Fit shit, put on some makeup, you know what I'm saying, and then get in front of the camera and listen and say some stuff that dudes are saying to try to improve other dudes. And these dudes are so stupid, they're such simps that they fund these females doing it and don't support the actual dudes that's actually trying to do it to improve the male's situation or the male psyche. Simps, man. Simps. They grow these chicks' channels to 100, 200,000, 300,000 subscribers, paying them for nothing. Remember that chick, Jessica X? You know what I'm saying? The Avatar. They do this all the time. Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. There don't be any women in the comments, just dudes glazing. The dudes is just sitting up there glazing. The chicks running girl game know what they doing, dressed in a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? Dudes are so damn they so damn dumb, man. And it just said, yeah, you telling me that red pill stuff I need to hear. You're actually being a simp right now. You're listening. It's an amazing triangle of nonsense. You're listening to red pill, right? To male red pill content from a female, calling other men simps in super chats that are simper chats that you're sending to a female content creator telling you male advice. Like, make it make sense. Only on YouTube, man. Only on YouTube. Look at this. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Be in the chats telling them how beautiful they love them and dropping money on their super chats. Yeah, they love them. They love a content creator. Shout out to J Lord. What's good with it, J Lord? They love a content creator. I love you. You love this content creator? You love her, man? You love her? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said there will be 0 women in the comments agreeing or understanding. Just dudes leaving comments like they found digital gold. Right. And not one Bitcoin around. Right? Not one Bitcoin around. And if it was a Bitcoin around, they'd send it to the female content creator. What's your wallet address? Is your wallet address Gucci or is it Chanel? Man, these dudes are so soft, bro. I can't call these people my peers, man. And listen, I'm going to be 100% honest, man. One of the reasons why it's no women in the comment section is because even if it's an egregious woman, right? Even the most egregious of egregious women, they was like, yo, you getting played by this chick, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, dummy, you getting played by this chick. But the dudes be so in love, they be so lifted off the ground, they're not going to listen to anybody. They're not going to listen to anybody. As far as I'm concerned, that Crimson Cure and Just Pearly Things and, you know what I'm saying, like Jessica X and all that, like, you know what I'm saying, like female red pill, like, come on, man, really? And again, the dudes have nothing to complain about. Dudes create that situation. So check this out, man. So then all the dudes that's actually, listen, if you're getting red pill content on the internet, right? You're getting the good red pill shit from Fresh and Fit and all this dumbass shit, right? What is that shit teaching you? You know what I'm saying? What is it teaching you if you then take your red pill information and go and be a blue pill simp? What are you being? So that's to create female red pill content creators that decide to show a little bit of ass on the camera, right? Which is the only thing that they're doing. You know what I'm saying? You can go if that's the case. Look, like what this is why I used to call them red pill OnlyFans models. You know what I'm saying? I used to call it the red pill OnlyFans models because they're doing the same thing. They're getting paid to dress a little bit appealing to dudes. Instead of sending them a super chat, you could take your simp ass to OnlyFans and actually look at some skin. You know what I'm saying? But these are the dudes that'll be in these chicks' chats calling other dudes simps while you're paying for the same, like you're paying for a little bit of tit crack. You know what I'm saying? And you could actually go on OnlyFans and pay for some skin. And you're calling other people simps. Like, man, make it make sense, man. Make it make sense. Shout out to J Lord. J Lord said, could you watch Face the Nation interview with Zelensky and tell me what you think about the 21-minute mark when he answers the question in Russia? Do me a favor. If you could send me that interview or, you know, put it in the Discord or shoot me the link to it. Leave, let me see, because I don't think the chat will let you leave a link. Yeah, join the Discord and put the link in the Discord and I'll check it out because I'm going to end up having to do another video on this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, look and see where they are from and their ages. It's the same type. Hella passport. Hella passport pervert energy. Listen. The past, again, I don't support, or wait a minute. I support being able to go wherever you want to and find whatever type of woman that you want to, right? I support that. But what I don't support is simping, right? And the way that a lot of the passport shit is presented on YouTube is no different than race simping. You know what I'm saying? We talked about the race simping earlier. You know how the Pan-Africans and the pro-blacks, they be on the Queen Mother God shit, right? And the black coons, the conservatives, they be like, my European Queen Mother God, you know what I'm saying? Like Catelyn Clark, Mother of the Earth and shit like that. That's the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me go find this Filipino mother. Like, ain't nobody the mother of the earth, man. You got to find a decent female. And they all come with their own issues, or they all come with their own perks and benefits. You're not going to find what you're looking for by automatically ruling one group of females out or trying to validate one group of females. That shit ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't gonna happen. But that's what the YouTube monolith thinks. So you know what I'm saying? Like, let the YouTube monolith, a lot of these cats been on YouTube in these chats, you know what I'm saying, in these chat streets for like 13, 14 years. And they still have yet, you know what I'm saying, to get a female's legs to open up for them. It's crazy, man. Like, it's wild. Listen, man, I'm not even the person that's gonna be like, yo, you got to get a dope female, or she got to be fine or whatever. Listen, man, hey, look, man, I'd be a chick that is 5 or 6 or something like that. She's gonna treat you better and be less susceptible to abusing you than the dime piece chicks that people be going for. You know what I'm saying? And on top of it, man, listen, the dime piece chick will be the one that's the first one to deflate and go downhill. A chick that's not quite a dime is always going to be working towards trying to improve their looks. A dime just automatically thinks she got the best looks in the world, so she going to be lazy. You know what I'm saying? But, they got it. They got it. These people on the YouTube streets, bro, they got it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said they're simps at heart. They just want to simp in a controlled environment. Facts, bro. They want to simp in a controlled environment. You know what I'm saying? Right? They want to simp in a controlled environment, and they want an echo chamber. Shout out to shout out to AJ. AJ said, this is the first time I've ever heard tit crack. Look, AJ. AJ, it might be the first time you heard, but I know as soon as you heard it, you knew exactly what I was talking about, though, didn't you? Oh, shout out to J Lord. Yo, so don't download Discord on your phone because it's gonna drive you crazy. I would say go to a computer. You know what I'm saying? I would say go to a computer, and don't download it on the computer either. You know what I'm saying? Download it onto don't download it on the computer. Just go to it with the browser. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, bro, when I was living in Australia, dudes that used to come there from the US, I would stay away from them because they would be in the club paying for chicks. I already ran through for free, yeah. It's they all, bro. Look, man, listen. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I've asked this question before, right? Like, if the women are more open, right? Like, here go the thing, right? We talk about this quote unquote modern woman era, right? We in this modern woman era, and all you hear the content creators on YouTube say is that quote unquote women are easier, women are 304s, right? Well, if the game is easier, how is it that dudes nowadays have a more difficult time completing the game? How can those two things be how can those two things be true at the same time? Women are increasingly easier. It's increasingly difficult for dudes to have access to women. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Let me ask y'all this. Look, let me ask y'all this. When has anybody ever been around women who, you know, provide ease of access and ease of access became more difficult? Like, has that ever happened? Like that statement is the same illogical statement as you get drunk, it's increasingly more difficult for access. Like that's not true. You know what I'm saying? But this is what people are saying. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, and Australia is really, really sexually liberated. If you paying for sex in Australia and you American, you dumb as hell. Bro, like I don't understand. Look, man, think about this, bro. Everybody says that they're like, think about the passport dilemma, right? They're leaving America because, like, quote unquote, all of the women are 304s. But then you go to the passport countries to deal with 304s. Like, I don't get it. You don't never see like these passport bros like dealing with like traditional, quote unquote, I guess, like the type of women that they claim that they want. Like they want like this traditional, you know, wife type woman. You know what I'm saying? Like they leave the United States 304s and then be hanging out at clubs all the time dealing with 304s there. Like they don't never meet none of these chicks in church and nothing like that. They don't never go abroad and be like, you know what, I'm finna study abroad. I'm about to find, you know, somebody else that's in a class or in school, and I'm a, you know, make a family with this individual. Like you don't see no like actual family construction. They be at a club. They be at the bar. Like, look, check this out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I met this chick right here. We at the bar. Like, what? You could be at the bar in the United States. See, they want to get where somebody don't understand English is what it is, because they ain't got no game. They want to get somewhere where the chick don't understand anything that's being said. They want to go to the land that we don't speak of no English. So that way they can't hear how corny they are. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, you can deal with an American chick, and American chicks speak English, so they're going to know how corny you are. They're going to be like, you corny, just like they did Brandon Jamal on Fresh and Fit. You're corny. Right? So you got the advantage if they can't understand you, so they're trying to go to the land of I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make any sense. That's that passport dilemma. And this is the reason why, like, man, after like years and years and years and years and years of all this content, like it's no improvement in anything. Shout out to my man Patrick. What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Patrick for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Yeah, now see, when I talk about the quote unquote passport countries, I'm not talking about like Australia or, you know, the UK or nothing like that. I'm talking about, you know, they all like to go to these little Asian countries. You know what I'm saying? They go to the Asian countries, or, you know, sometimes they go to like a South America or something like that, someplace in South or Central America. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, as far as like, I don't even understand. Like, hey, listen, if you ask me, if you on that type of mission, why would you even go to Australia? That's the same as the United. Like, all you doing is just dealing with an American woman that has a, you know, like English or Australian accent. It's the same thing. You're gonna go find, you know what I'm saying, your traditional woman in Australia. No, you're not. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find somebody that's ratchet that got, you know what I'm saying, like a old English accent is what you're gonna do. The only thing that's different is they got an accent. It's the same. They got the same cultural values. You know what I'm saying? The same Western ideas. It's the same thing. But at the same time, though, these dudes always looking for the same thing because, like I said, they don't go to the Asian. Even the passport bros that's Asianed out that go to the Asian places. They're not going to the trip. They're not going to the village. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, one of the reasons why they're not going to the village is because those village people are very culturally nationalistic. So them village people gonna be like, man, what's up with this, man? You ain't from around here. Hell no, we not about to trust, you know what I'm saying? Like, the females in our family hanging out with you. So they're forced to go to the Ratchet shopping center, you know what I'm saying, which is the club, and then you find yourself finding a passport bro version of what you're getting in America. Like, the only difference is that the chick that you taking home in the passport era, she sound like the lady at the Chinese food place. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So you got the lady that's finna serve you some shrimp fried rice. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got at the club. That don't make no damn sense. Why did you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you? I don't understand it. Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said they're paying for their accent fetish, mate. And like the thing is like, them accents like that, the English accent, you know what I'm saying, and the Australian accent, them accents ain't very different from the East Coast accents and from the South. You know what I'm saying? It's not that different. You're gonna go to, if you say you going to, you about to get you an Australian woman because you like the accent. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get you somebody from New York, get you somebody from Boston. Now, make it make sense. I don't care what these people do, right? But the logic behind it don't be making sense. Listen, man, you want to go to Australia, find you an Australian woman, shout out to you, enjoy, right? You want to, go wherever, find you one, but like, it should make sense at the very least, right? Like, you're saying you don't like modern Western women, to then go to a different country to wife up a sex worker is crazy work. It's bizarre. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like these women here, quote unquote. This is what they'll say, quote unquote. I don't, quote unquote, like these Western women because these, quote unquote, Western women are, quote unquote, over sexualized. And then you go to Asia and marry a sex worker. But your complaint is that the Western women is over sexualized. But you went to a different country to wife up a sex worker. You don't think a sex worker is over sexualized? Like, that don't make no damn sense. It's the same, and this is why I be having a problem with all this stuff, bro. Black Free Thinker said Aussies don't sound like Elmer Fudd. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said you ain't got to go to another damn country to find a chick. You can find one right here. Listen, bro. No offense, right? But don't nobody have to find no damn chick here in the United States. You know what I'm saying? If people don't like American women, which there's plenty that don't, and there's plenty of absolutely justifiable reasons to have an issue and not like American women, you go wherever you want to find a woman. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why you do it should be logical, though. It should be logical. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't like American women, you know what I'm saying, because of like the masculinity and the alleged quote unquote over sexualization, and then you go to a passport country and wife up a sex worker, that don't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that I got the issue with. I don't never have an issue with what somebody do or what they plan on doing as far as how they deal with, you know what I'm saying, a woman. But my thing is, if you make a statement, at least make the statement make sense. At least make it make sense. I'm tired of these over-sexualized American women. I'm about to go to the passport country and find me a passport woman. And then next thing you know what I'm saying, like, you over there dealing with one of them cash on the nightstand chicks. Like, that don't make no sense. That you completely, you know what I'm saying? Like, you completely went against your purpose. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, hold on, Rob, a little clarity. If we talking about hooking up with a sex worker or a 304, that makes no sense. No, what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, bro. A lot of times the passport justification, right? Like the reason why a lot of the passport bros say that they, go to different countries to find a woman is because of the complaints that they have with American women, right? But what ends up happening is they go to those countries, the passport countries, and they find a woman that's worse than an American woman. But then they try to put on a front and say, like, oh, I found this woman and this is so much better. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 said, I second everything Rob is saying. Don't come out here on a fool's errand. Yeah, it's wild, bro. Like to me, like that's a whole nother rabbit hole, bro. But I be seeing how a lot of these people be moving and some of the stuff that they be saying, and then people be like, yeah, like this makes so much sense, and it's like, how do it make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, and again, like I said, I'll never tell somebody, quote unquote, not to travel, right? Because that's absolutely what you should do. People should travel, see the world, experience the world. You know what I'm saying? Socialize, even meet you some people wherever you go to, right? But the reasons and why they do it and how they say to do it and all that on YouTube, it don't ever make any sense. And then the people be full of contradictions. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Lloyd Sky 9 for funding the organization, and he bought y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Red, so don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. They said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipping at? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to you, bro. I definitely appreciate it. Now, you know what else, man? What's crazy about here in the United States is that, like, here in the United States, right? It's the culture, and it's hilarious, right? Like, these people would talk about this quote unquote culture war and all this nonsense, right? In the United States, like, the culture here has created this situation to where there's a quote unquote like antagonistic relationship or like some type of weird competition between men and women. It's really weird. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's strange. You know what I'm saying? And in the United States and like in the West, because of the culture and like because of people's comfort with the culture, it's really weird. It's creating an increasing incompatibility with men and women, right? Which is wild, because in these type of countries, in these Western countries, the legitimate lifestyle is on the rise, the same way the increasing incompatibility with men and women is on the rise. So it's almost like this manufactured increasing incompatibility with men and women has been created to, like, in a sense, drive people towards that legitimate lifestyle. And like, people don't see it, you know what I'm saying? And they buy right into it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Patrick. I ain't mad at it. Patrick said, I blame the Democrats. Hey, they definitely advocate that stuff. They definitely advocate that stuff. Now, you know, if you dive down that rabbit hole and you talk about, you know, like gender confusion, as far as I'm concerned, like the first levels of gender confusion is like masculine women and feminine men. You know what I'm saying? But like, do y'all notice, you know, they encourage masculine women and they encourage feminine men. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, right, it's encouraged for people, mainly women, but all people, to kind of, you know, they fly at the mouth about a feminine man or like a soft man. Like they even if a man ain't soft, you know, they'll make a man soft, right? They just say that the dude is soft, even if there's no evidence that the dude is soft. And it's permissible and it's okay. But let you start talking about how masculine a woman is. Oh man. It's hate speech. It's hate speech. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, you could give a woman a backhand compliment, you know what I'm saying, about her masculinity. You know what I'm saying? You could tell her, I bet you sweat off 2 sticks of deodorant before I sweat off 1. You know what I'm saying? Then they'll say that that's hate speech. But you're supposed to compliment the masculinity. Like, ain't that a compliment of the masculinity? You know what I'm saying? Tell a woman something crazy like, yo, I bet you generate funk that's 10 times nastier than me. You know what I'm saying? Now that would be a compliment to the masculinity, right? But at the same time, they'd be like, that's hate speech. You shouldn't be talking like that. But you wish to be addressed as strong and have your strength highlighted, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you know, it's just weird. You know what I'm saying? It's just really weird. And like I said, you know, the thing is that simps like this guy right here that try to get this off real quick, you can't let it go. You got to always be consistent, or you know, it's gonna send a confusing message. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windless Rug. Windless Rug says, "Shit, I just witnessed this yesterday. What's that? A female with a strong odor. You know what I'm saying? A strong masculine odor. You know what I'm saying? You want to be if you want to be a strong female, you know what I'm saying? A strong odor comes with being a strong female. Everybody don't like odors. But the thing is that when it comes to stuff with females that people don't like, society forces acceptance of it. We have to force acceptance of it. We have to force acceptance if you're giant. You know what I'm saying? And you're kind of outside of the normal biological ranges of size. We have to accept it. It's enforced. You have to accept it. You know what I'm saying? You can't be called ugly. You can call a dude ugly. You know what I'm saying? If a female's body parts, quote unquote, are too big or too small, every size is the right size for a female, right? But females encourage and are backed by society to body shame men. Whether you're not tall enough, you know what I'm saying? Whether they feel like you're, quote unquote, not big enough. You know what I'm saying? There's no extent of body shaming towards men that's off the table. If you talk about the fact that a female looks like they punch bricks with their hands because they haven't had a manicure in forever, it's hate speech. It automatically escalates to hate speech. But if a female says something and it bothers you, you're not a man because it, quote unquote, got under your skin. But if you say the most minute critique about a woman, it could completely shatter her psyche and you've become abusive somehow. But these are the people that are so strong, that are supposed to, you know, they can do what they can, you know, do whatever a man does, dish it and take it, right? Like it doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, dude asked the female not to cuss in a professional setting, and she turned it into a back and forth. She went into roasting his looks, and bro couldn't really empty the clip on her. Right. And it was just permitted. And it was permitted, and her bad behavior, right? Her lack of professionalism was regarded as, look at how this woman, quote unquote, stood up to herself against the patriarchy. Look at how this woman, quote unquote, stood up to herself against this, quote unquote, man. How about, like, why didn't you conduct yourself why didn't you follow the rules? Oh, that's right. Because rules don't apply to women. They only apply to men. You know what I'm saying? All you have to do is make a scene as a woman, and like whatever you've done is completely justified. This dude, he literally said nothing about the irresponsibility of having fentanyl around your baby. He put all the blame on the drug dealer. This chick was a geek. You know what I'm saying? She's a strawberry. But we can't talk about her like that. It was the drug dealer's fault. It's the drug dealer's fault the baby died. No, the mom put the baby at harm. The mom was trying to get herself high, and she didn't take into consideration her child's life. The mother was a piece of shit. But women are off limits. They're off limits. Nothing that they do is incorrect, ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about this, bro. Think about this. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Look at the scenario that Win Lose a Rug is talking about. She was cursing like a sailor, right? Just being a disgusting, loud, obnoxious female, swearing all over the place, as if that's anything that anybody wants to see or hear, right? But while she's displaying this grotesque behavior, she's breaking rules by being unprofessional. So, you know, the dude asked her, yo, can you be professional? Because he asked her to follow the rules, she's been encouraged and supported by society to go into, quote unquote, roasting his looks. And nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. You know what I'm saying? And she was the one that was in the wrong. And dude, quote unquote, you know, YouTube manual reviewer, figuratively speaking, couldn't really empty the clip on her. Think about that, man. She was in the wrong. She broke the rules. And the guy got disciplined. And had he done anything, you know what I'm saying, to preserve his decency or, you know, to defend himself, he would have been in the wrong. Even though he's not in the wrong. You're always in the wrong if you're a dude. You're always in the wrong. No matter what you do, you're always in the wrong. You know what I'm saying? This is why, like, I don't have a problem with, like, the MGTOW and all that. It's just corny on YouTube. Like, they just make it like it's the revenge. Like, they make it the revenge of the nerds because a bunch of zit-face, out of shape idiots are just raging about females that they never got. You know what I'm saying? Like, half these these dudes ain't never dealt with females anyway. Like, you don't get women anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't understand. Like, you're not going your own way. You're not going away because you was never there. Like, these dudes on YouTube act like they never had no really, you know what I'm saying? Like, these dudes is clowns. So you're not going away from women because you can't go away from something you've never been around. The dudes that actually be around women or have women or can get women, those are the dudes that are going away from women. Men going their own way. Not dudes that are already their own way. Those dudes are incels. You know what I'm saying? They're involuntarily their own way. Right? Like, you don't get to say you're going your own way if you're involuntarily solitude anyway. If you're involuntarily solitaire, you're not going your own way. You're forced into solitude. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying about like YouTube. Like, they be letting too much stuff get away. You know what I'm saying? What did Too Short say? You nerd. You know what I'm saying? Like, you dork. You ain't going your own way. You stuck over there. What is you talking about? I'm going my own way. No, you're not. You act like you had an abundance or even any access to females at all, and you've decided that I'm not going to deal with these females anymore. I'm going my own way. That's not the case. The case is you didn't ever have women before. You don't have none now. And to try to validate your feelings so that you're not as hurt by not being able to get no women, you're just going to simply say, like, the YouTube version of incels, the YouTube version of MGTOWs is the exact same as the female version of I'm choosing to be single. No female that says that they're choosing to be single and no internet MGTOW has access to what they want. You can't get a man. You can't get a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the reality of that. That's like Steve Urkel saying he's going his own way. No, you're not. You know what I'm saying? You're not going your own way. Even Steve Urkel could actually go his own way because even Steve Urkel, at least Steve Urkel had Myra. You know what I'm saying? Steve Urkel had Myra, so in theory he could go his own way. But these cats can't go their own way. They don't have nothing. They don't have nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't got no, the same way the females ain't got nobody. They ain't got nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm going my own way, man. Okay, man, we hear you. You ain't going your own way. You're forced this way. You know what I'm saying? Forced solitude, incel. You know what I'm saying? Involuntarily celibate. Involuntarily asexual. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's call it what it is. But yeah, man, that's like, I don't get it, man. I don't think I'll ever get it. I'm glad I don't get it. If I did get it, maybe it would be a problem, right? They never are, bro. And they're so loud and scratchy voice, sit up there sounding like Remy Ma. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like Barry White and Remy Ma mixed together. Nobody wants to hear that, man. Go over there and smoke a whole Newport in one puff. You know what I'm saying? You know? Go to the bathroom, stand in front of a urinal, you know what I'm saying, and shake your strap on twice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but it should be like places in the world for normal people and then places in the world for everybody else. Seriously. This is what like is becoming normal for the world, though, man. I see why so many people are increasingly not having children, because, like, man, who would want to raise, like, imagine the world 30 years into the future. Who wants to raise, like, man, I fear for what my kids got to deal with going forward. You know what I'm saying? Yes, of course she was smoking a cigarette. Of course she was smoking a cigarette. You remember when women used to get shamed for smoking cigarettes? Because it was disgusting and it was looked at as something that men do. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that, you know, when some women would smoke cigarettes, you know, like you would see it like in the old school movies or whatever, they would have like a feminine way of doing it, or it would be like a female cigarette, you know what I'm saying? Like a Virginia Slim or something like that. Man, nowadays, man, these bitches may as well just smoke Cuban cigars and have a whole bottle of cognac with it. You know what I'm saying? Sagging with a basketball jersey on. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the world will look like Total Recall. It will. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, listen, man, I feel, listen, in the future, people always talk about, like, you know, the minor attracted people and things like NAMBLA and stuff like that. Listen, in the future, women who are quote unquote not desirable will be able to, like, men are gonna have no body rights. They're not gonna have no rights at all. Like, if you deny a woman who is quote unquote less, for one, it's not gonna be no desirability standards on women. Having desirability standards on women is going to be deemed illegal. It's going to be hate speech. Like, if you say one woman is pretty and you say another woman is less attractive, if you deem any woman less attractive against another woman, it's going to be considered hate speech. If you deny any woman access to anything that they want to do, is going to be hate speech. They're going to have unrestricted ability to do whatever they want to any man that they want to against a man's will. You're going to have no rights as a man. Like, what would be considered, you know, forcing yourself onto a woman, the equivalent of that a man would do? Women will be not only encouraged to do that, but there will be penalties if a man doesn't allow a woman to do that. They're going to get rid of marriage. Like, you're not going to have marriage, because you can't have a marriage and have women be able to just, you know, do whatever they want to men. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and again, the reason why these kind of things will happen in the future is because of enforcement of these things by dudes like this bald head dude right here. Yeah, bro. Yeah, shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Peg. They got TV shows. They got you know, like little shows on the streaming platforms like Netflix and Hulu and stuff. They kind of show this, you know, in these movies. These all-female societies, like these Amazonian type societies. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's moving in that direction. Yeah, look. Shout out to this is what I'm saying. Now, see, here go how. Check this out though, bro. Right now, here go. This is what I'm saying. This ties right into what I'm saying, right? Deformed Pretty Boy says, bro, they gonna make it a crime to deny a tranny, right? Now, think about this. Because of the way the definitions are, by extension, right? By extension, women would be allowed to utilize that law because because trannies, right, are quote unquote allegedly, right, identified as women. So anything falling under that umbrella would be entitled to protections or privileges of that law. So if they make it a law to deny quote unquote trannies, by current 2025 definitions, that would extend to denial of a gender, because they have the gender identification of a woman, right? So by extension, women would be allowed to utilize that as well. And then that would fall into and evolve into what I'm talking about as far as, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, the desirability scale. And they're just, you know, it is what it is. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you're a man, if you hold the door open, you're being a misogynist because you're not taking into accountability the woman's strength of being able to do for herself. But then if you let the door slam in her face, you're just rude. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You know what I'm saying? You just let the door slam in her face and let the plexiglass bust over her head, you know what I'm saying, like a windshield in a car accident. So, you know, you in trouble too. I can hold the door open myself. I'm strong. You let the door slam in. Why'd you let the door slam in my face? And then the whole crowd, the whole simp crowd is, why'd you let the door slam in her face? There's nothing you can do. Then, like, if you're a man, you're checkmated in every situation before you even make a move. You know what I'm saying? And they took away that they had a law where, you know what I'm saying, when you lie about your gender, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, there would be like a law that would cover your reaction to it. The ADL got rid of that law. You know what I'm saying? The ADL got rid of that law. Now, I don't understand this, right? I don't understand this. Do you guys remember when Tim Wall's daughter said that the only thing that she fears is a man? So let me ask you this. So do you fear a man less when a man transitions into a woman, or what? What about when the bear transitions into a woman? Or, you know what I'm saying? Women, they choose the bear. The women choose the bear as their baby daddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know that, right? But what happens with Tim Wall's daughter? She said that she fears men. Does the fear still remain when the male has changed into a female? You know what I'm saying? I'm scared of everybody. I act like an injured animal at all times. Think about this though, man. Go look up Tim Wall's daughter. She's saying, and the only thing I'm scared of is men. Are you scared when that man turns into a woman? Does the fear go away? Does the fear dissipate? You know what I'm saying? Or do we just act like a man didn't turn into a woman? We just act like it was a woman the whole time. Like, how do we deal with that? You know what I'm saying? How do we deal with that? You know what I'm saying? Now, here go the thing. Listen, y'all know about how all of this stuff, you know, got funded and all that, right? J.B. Pritzker and his family funded all of these different research studies at these liberal universities in California, like Caltech and University of California, Berkeley. And then, you know, I don't know if anybody knows, but J.B. Pritzker, I don't know if it's his brother or what, but he got somebody that in his family that looks like a mix between Mrs. Doubtfire and Life with Louie. You know what I'm saying? And so, again, it's just more examples of when it comes to all of this quote unquote feminism thing, you know what I'm saying? It's really a dude behind, it's really dudes behind it. Shout out to Get Noticed with Nikki. What's good with it? It's dudes behind it. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said them trannies hate women because that's their competition. That's why they want in women contact sports to beat them down. It's obvious. People just aren't getting it. It's wild, man. Which, I mean, so this is what I've said, bro. This is how crazy. Listen, who's more misogynistic than one of them than one of them Transformers? Who's more misogynistic than that? You know what I'm saying? How can any biological male possibly be more misogynistic than a Transformer? How? They become a woman to put hands on a woman. That's wild. Somebody sit there and say, like, yo, you a misogynist. I'm a misogynist, but this man with a dress isn't? You mean to tell me that this man over here, right? This person with a beard and a sundress and high heels on is not a misogynist? How? There's no one that's more misogynist than a male that assumes the identity of a female, if you ask me. And want to be in the UFC fighting with women. Yeah. They don't want to fight with John Jones. You know what I'm saying? They want to fight with like Amanda Nunes and all that. You know what I'm saying? They want to fight against the Holly Holmeses of the world and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like what? But they the size of Brock Lesnar though. You know what I'm saying? Like imagine this UFC fight between Brock Lesnar and Holly Holmes. Like, come on, man. That's crazy. Listen, and what's the even crazier part is that you got to argue with more women about this than you do with most men. But listen, man, I'm not even going to try to be funny, man. I don't argue with women about this kind of stuff. When I hear women get on the advocating for all this, go right ahead. Matter of fact, you should be the first one in the boxing ring with them. And you can, after you get all them knots upside your head, you can come back out and tell me about how liberated you feel. You know what I'm saying? How good it was that individual was allowed to be in that ring and bust you all upside your head like that. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, the moment they get on that advocating for that, I don't even say nothing. Go right. You be the first one in the ring with them. Can we set up the boxing match tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick, bro. You already know. That's the first thing. I'm about to be like Don King out here. Anytime I hear a woman advocating for any of that, the first thing I'm finna do is set up a boxing match. It's gonna be the most violent contact sport that I can think of. It's gonna either be boxing, UFC, or football. You know what I'm saying? Can I get you on the line of scrimmage tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about the consequences, man. Listen, bro, they sit there and say, oh, you know, we care so much about other women. You finna get another woman possibly career-ended, you know what I'm saying, a career-ending injury by advocating for somebody that's built like the Ultimate Warrior with makeup on to be fighting in these sports. You know what I'm saying? And you talk about how you protecting all women if you're opening up a floodgate to where bodybuilders with wigs on can compete in female sports. How? You're protecting women by doing that, by letting the Ultimate Warrior and, you know what I'm saying, the Incredible Hulk and Macho Man Randy Savage, you know what I'm saying, compete in sports against, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, like a tiny little woman, like. But hey, the tiny little woman believe that they the little engine that could, and you know what I'm saying, they believe that they could beat up the Incredible Hulk. So I mean, at the same time, like, what do? You know what I'm saying? Like again, it's the thin line between, you know, tyranny and like villainy, right? So you know, if they want to endure harm, you know what I'm saying? Like, you become an oppressor if you stop somebody from facilitating self-harm. You know what I'm saying? Bro, listen, shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said it's hilarious. You see a lot of them altercation trannies. It's mostly with females. Did you hear that Abba and Preach had did a reaction video to this one tranny, and she was talking wild about women, man. She was talking wild about women. And it's like, really? And then what's crazy, look, do you ever notice this, bro? Knowing the vitriol and hatred that a lot of these trannies have for women, women still continuously try to fight this wild, ridiculous, imaginary battle with men. Men just hate us. Do you see, like, listen, man, you get into a sport like a UFC or something like that with these transformers, it's legal for them to put their hands on you, man. At least when men put their hands on you, that, you know what I'm saying, it's enforceable by the law. Men get in trouble for it. As a man, I could never not like have a issue. Bro, listen, think how crazy this is. You have you got such an issue with women that you go through the extent of getting a surgery, getting your meat folded, you know what I'm saying? Just to be able to like put hands on them. Like, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's like level 9 and still that's level 10 insanity. Like, who would do that? You really got that big of a problem? And then, but the thing that's crazy about it though, a lot of it has to be, you know what I'm saying, like women gaslight. You know what I'm saying? Women always ask men, "Oh, you must hate women," but they don't never ask the trannies that's putting their hands on women that though. Like, you hate us so much that you went and got your meat shaved and folded. You know what I'm saying? To be able to put your hands on us and be us. But they'll sit there and say, you know, a man must hate women. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? This dude went and got a whole roast beef shaving. You know what I'm saying? To be able to call himself you and put his hands on you. Like, what? Like, somebody make it make sense. Listen, shout out to Tia. Tia said, how many of these illegals are transformers? I don't know how many. I don't know how many are transformers, but what we do know is that the DOGE, right, the government Department of Efficiency, they found out about a bunch of sex change operations that was getting funded in Guatemala. Right? That happened. And then this happened right here. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. This right here happened. The Trans Migrant Express. You know what I'm saying? Trans migrant charged with raping 14-year-old boy in New York City bathroom. The Trans Migrant Express. Do 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 do. Trans Migrant Express. Like, man, that's crazy. Trans Migrant Express. Like, what? It's just too much. It's too much. The Trans Migrant Express strikes again. Trans migrant charged with raping 14-year-old boy in New York City bathroom. They once got busy in a New York City bathroom. You know what I'm saying? They once got busy in a New York City bathroom, man. That's crazy. A migrant trans woman wanted by federal immigration officials. I bet you we paid for the sex change too. Allegedly stalked and raped a boy in Manhattan this week, the Post has learned. The world has no sympathy for male sexual trauma. The world's answer for any type of male sexual trauma is get over it. Why are you crying about that? You know what I'm saying? You get full lifetime support with these type of issues if you're a woman. You know what I'm saying? This boy that got terrorized by this trans migrant is not going to get that type of support. Sadly. He's going to get told to get over it by society. And then he'll probably grow up messed up. You know what I'm saying? Because this kind of stuff messes people up mentally. And then he's going to get punished by the full extent of the law. And the law not going to have any sympathy for him. You know what I'm saying? The law is not going to have any sympathy for him, and they're not going to get him the help that he needs either. You know what I'm saying? So this person's name is Nicole Suarez. They allegedly followed the 14-year-old into the bathroom of a bodega across the street from Thomas Jefferson Park in East Harlem on Tuesday and attacked him, police and sources said. The boy then left the bathroom and flagged down witnesses who alerted police, the sources said. Look at this. This thing probably like 6'5". A transgender migrant. I mean, what? Walking around up there in New York City. Yeah, this shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Facts. This stuff don't make national news. You know what I'm saying? This is insane. Suarez, who is 30, who is originally from Colombia, was arrested nearby the following day and charged with first-degree rape. This individual right here, they need to be going back home. You know what I'm saying? Suarez, look at this. Suarez was wanted in New Jersey and Massachusetts at the time. And U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement had a detainer on her, the law enforcement source said. The nature of the out-of-state charges wasn't immediately available. I mean, they couldn't get it and update the article. Oh man, you gotta be careful. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said he just got jumped by a dog, bro. Listen, I want to say about a week or two, this dog, you know what I'm saying, came kind of crazy at me and my dog when we was walking. It was like late at night. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, bro. That dog almost saw heaven that night. The owner gonna say, "Don't hurt my dog." You know what I'm saying? Yelling from the porch, "Don't hurt my dog, man. We about to tear your dog to pieces if it come any closer." Me and my dog, I don't know who would be worse getting to that dog, me or my dog. You better come get your dog while it's in one piece. Sitting up there telling us not to do nothing to it. We shouldn't be down here. It should be on a leash. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "Rob, you know what does make the news? Some black teens running out of Target with some smash and grab." Right. Yeah, this is way more than meets the eye. Shout out to Get Noticed with Nikki. This is more than meets the eye. We have morons on our team.
I've got morons on my team.
Yeah, man, ain't nobody playing with that dog, man. And it was a big dog too. Like man, I start barking at the dog. You know what I'm saying? And then it stopped. It stopped like right in its tracks. We was about to tear that dog up. We was gonna jump it. We was gonna double team it. It stopped when it heard the owner too, though. It was like the owner was like, "Don't hurt my dog." Oh, you lucky the dog was friendly to you, bro. This dog was wild towards us. It's barking and screaming, sliding all over the place. You know how they be running off fast and then they try to stop and be sliding and shit. It was sliding all over the place. Then it stopped. The owner knew. The owner knew. The owner was like, "Oh yeah, them two, that dog is wild," and that owner kind of ain't got it all either. You know what I'm saying? "Don't hurt my dog." I was like, "Man, you better get it then. You better hurry up and get it then." You know what I'm saying? Telling us not to hurt the dog, and that dog off a leash, down here coming at us aggressive. You know what I'm saying? And you telling us not to hurt it. Man, stop it. You about to be wearing your dog around your neck in an urn if it keep coming closer. You know You know what I'm saying? So now here it says an ICE detainer is a request to law enforcement agencies to hold an individual so that they can be taken into federal custody. The case shows why the city should end its sanctuary status for dangerous criminals, the source said. It just goes to show that Donald Trump and border czar Tom Homan are correct, that you need to get violent people out of New York City, and Eric Adams, Letitia James, and Kathy Hochul should all cooperate because this person has an ICE detainer, the source wrote. And they, you know what I'm saying, they mess with a little kid. Like, again, do y'all see that it's like, for whatever reason, why is it that when it comes to like these the migrant crimes, they do the same type of crimes all the time? It's always this particular type of crime. Do y'all, if you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't notice that, then give me a thumbs down. ICE could just pack this person up and deport them back, the source says. But due to our sanctuary laws, we can't do anything. Prosecutors initially asked for $500,000 bail and a $1.5 million bond for Suarez, the law enforcement source said. But Judge Elizabeth Shama, who became a judge in January after she was elected on the Democratic ticket, lowered the amount to $100,000 bail or $250,000 bond online, court records show. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why did she lower the bond? Like, this dude sexually attacked a minor. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. This is what look at what they said. I feel really bad for the kid that has to go through this because his life will never be the same, the source said. We worry about the migrants, but what about the victim? This is a true victim. Yeah, I agree. Suarez was being held on Rikers Island, records online showed Saturday. The rapist should be deported, so he can't do that to any other innocent young boy. Lindsay Gonzalez said. That boy must be traumatized for the rest of his life, Gonzalez, 24, said. I feel bad for him because I'm a mother. A nearby deli owner, not the store in which the attack occurred, said children come from the park to his deli every day to get candy and snacks. He was visibly shaken when he heard what happened. Oh my God, this is disgusting, said Azid Haim, who is 59, the owner of 2234 Eastside Deli. He destroyed that little boy's life, he said. All my body is shaking. I want to sit. I can't explain how I feel. I'm more than angry. Yeah, it's disgusting, man. Notice how not one Democrat has said anything about that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I look, man. I don't even know what to say as far as that go. And like I said, how much y'all want to bet? How much y'all want to bet that the United States? How much y'all want to bet that the United States paid for the United States paid for the sex change? Let me see. Hold on real quick. I'm about to bring this over here. Now we looked at this. Oh, you know what? Actually, I don't think we did. Hold on real quick. All right, yeah. Hey, look at. Let me shut up. This is from 8 months ago, but your boy Brandon Johnson spent $30,000 on hair and makeup. You know what I'm saying? Why do y'all think that he spent $30,000 on hair and makeup? I mean, Brandon Johnson. There's no deliverance for Brandon Johnson. It's just over for him. It's just over for him. Now check this out. This is in Colorado. The DEA arrests 90 plus people in the Denver area in less than 3 weeks. Now let me ask y'all this question: how many of these people y'all think are migrants?
Enforcement Administration agents at apartment complexes.
See, border enforcement agents. Listen to what they said. Listen.
Drug Enforcement Administration agents at apartment complexes across the Denver metro area. It's a sight we've seen for weeks now, and our cameras have been there as these operations unfold. The question we've all been asking is who has been taken into custody at all of these operations?
And now we know. Denver 7 investigative reporter Natalie Chuck joins us in studio after talking today with the special agent in charge.
Yeah, and Ryan and Jessica, the agency's work, it is not done yet. They have taken nearly 100 people into custody during more than a dozen DEA operations recently. And during our conversation, the special agent in charge said verbatim, there are worse criminals still on the DEA's radar in our community. Do you ever see anything that you...
Now, who do y'all think these criminals are? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windless Rug. Windless Rug said TD did a video on that. I bet. I bet.
Is any more that surprises you?
Oh, Natalie, nothing much surprises me anymore.
The special agent in charge for the Rocky Mountain.
Now, you see this guy here? This is the guy that we just watched in that video on Fox. This is the simp. You guys recognize him? That's the simp.
Division of the DEA, providing a picture of the people he says his agency is targeting. 10 of their faces were on this board behind us.
Boom. Now, again, right? If you pay a close attention to this news report doesn't say anything about anybody undocumented or anything like that. But do you guys see these flags on here? They got all the Venezuelan flags. You got the Cuban flag down there. Right? I think some of these is like El Salvador or Honduras or Guatemala or something like that, because they all got similar flags.
During our conversation.
And as you can see from the board, we've taken quite a number of serious criminals who are also illegal aliens off the streets of Denver.
How different is the amount of work and the amount of arrests you all are making now compared to previous administrations, or are we just seeing more of it?
I think it's a couple things. I think you're seeing more of it because we are being a little more proactive with the media. Part of it, the media seems to be more interested because of the immigration piece. And many times with drug trafficking cases, for example, that runs through illegal aliens.
I know it's been discussed that we don't measure the success of an operation in the number of people taken into custody. We measure it by public safety. Do you echo that sentiment?
Oh, 100%. Listen, by taking some of these people off the set, out of the streets, there are less people available for the cartels to use to sell their drugs. You can see on this list some of the charges that these people have been involved with.
Of the more than 90 people taken into custody in the last 2.5 weeks, some are accused of distributing fentanyl, cocaine, and serious crimes in other countries. This man, Henry Javier Vargas Lugo, being taken into custody at an Aurora apartment complex, has now been identified.
At an Aurora apartment complex. Man, they be going down at these Aurora apartment complexes. You know what I'm saying? It goes down at these Aurora complexes. Now, again, you know, like I said, why doesn't this stuff ever make the national news? Why doesn't this stuff ever make the national news?
Been involved with.
Of the more than 90 people taken into custody in the last 2.5 weeks, some are accused of distributing fentanyl, cocaine, and serious crimes in other countries. This man, Henry Javier Vargas Lugo, being taken into custody at an...
Are we going to run this back real quick? Because I just want y'all to see this. Look, hold on real quick. Hold on. Did y'all see this? Wait a minute. Look at the crime there. Yeah, ABC and the mayor said they didn't have a crime. Yeah, the mayor's name was what? I think it's like David Kaufman or something like that. Now look, shout out to Patrick, right? We gotta ask why. Patrick says Aurora is a working class city and black folks live there too. These damn Democrats dump these illegals in these places, but not in the white suburbs. That's because the white suburbs don't vote Democrat. Right? The people who getting these people dumped into the areas that they live at are the people that voted for these politicians. Right? So we actually this is good, right? Because we should talk about that. Like on YouTube, you hear all these people, they'll be like, oh, well, they keep dumping these people. They keep dumping these people in our neighborhoods. They keep dumping these people in our neighborhood. That's because the people in those neighborhoods keep voting for those politicians. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you look at California, bro, places like Orange County, and shout out to we got people from Cali in the chat. They'll tell you, them places like Orange County, them places is conservative. It's mayors of California suburbs right now making videos, doing interviews with news agencies, complaining, you know what I'm saying, about the about Gavin Newsom and the migrant stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said no vatos there. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Tia. Tia says they dumped them where us indigenous are because the quote unquote indigenous keep voting for these people. You know what I'm saying? Like they keep voting for the people that are doing the dumping. You know what I'm saying? And the monolith, 82%. So it's not a mystery. You know what I'm saying? So like when I see it on YouTube and I see this intellectual dishonesty, I'd be like, it's wild that people keep saying this stuff and letting this stuff fly. They keep dumping, like the people. The reason why there's multiple reasons, right? The first reason is that people keep putting politicians in power that do this. That's the first thing. White people vote conservative. Conservatives are protecting the people that vote for them for this. Black people vote Democrat, and the Democrats shit on the people that vote for them. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just that simple. Second issue is that you have the anti-wealth component, the anti-ownership component. You have the we need to get a job mentality instead of we need to own the company mentality. So it's no real estate owned and no commercial real estate owned. It's all owned by the Democrat government that these people vote for. And the Democrat government does what they want to with the property. It is the people's fault, period. And the thing is that people don't want to acknowledge that it's the people's fault, and people don't want to change it. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to change it. People want to make the mess, not clean the mess up. They want to make the mess and point at somebody else about the mess. And then look what's going on over there. Well, those people did something completely different. Like look at Trump and how aggressive Trump is with like, nah, we ain't doing this immigration. Nah, man, we the everybody people. The everybody problem persists all throughout the culture. Oh, we got to protect our culture. You know what I'm saying? We got to protect our culture. Don't y'all notice that with every element, there's an issue with toxic sharing? That ain't a no, but like that's a look in the mirror issue. You know what I'm saying? People letting people like Fat Joe in hip hop. We got to protect. I mean, why do the whole we got to protect it thing after just letting everybody run rampant and wipe their ass all up and down it? I don't understand it. See, shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says they're not even dumping them in places like Petamala or Eureka or Placerville. Don't get it twisted. Cali's more conservative than people think. Arnold was Republican, and so was Reagan. Facts. Facts. So this is when people hear California, they hear and see Gavin Newsom and think like, nah, man, like it's the same as Ohio. When people see Ohio, they think about Cleveland. Nah, Ohio is. You know what I'm saying? Ohio is mainly a red state. You got like little tiny metropolitan pockets, but the whole rest of the state is rural. You know what I'm saying? This is the problem when people get their information from YouTubers that literally have never been anywhere and don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? When 50 Cent said that never pop nothing, never stop. Niggas never popped nothing, never shot nothing. Niggas stop fronting like that. He was real about that. That should apply on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, but in Chicago, they aren't dumping them illegals on the north side, but the south side where the blacks are. Bro, who did those South Siders vote for? You know what I'm saying? Who's on the north side? Who's in Brighton Park? Right? Who's in all them different places in Chicago? They're dumping them where there's two things: heavy Democrat support and low commercial real estate ownership. It's the people's fault. They asked for this. They asked to get these things dumped on them. They asked for this. They're getting what they asked for. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if you got your stove on and you put your hands on the stove and you just keep your hand on the stove and get it burnt. And then you'd be like, they didn't burn my white neighbor's hand, no. They didn't burn my white neighbor's hand, no. They didn't burn my white neighbor's hand, no. But your white neighbor didn't put his hand on the stove. You know what I'm saying? Like, the white neighbors didn't vote for Democrats. You know what I'm saying? The white neighbors own their shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to say. Like, here goes my thing. What don't people get about this shit? Look, in Chicago, they voted for Lori Lightfoot. Then after Lori Lightfoot, they turn around and vote for somebody worse, Brandon Johnson. And make no mistake, right? It's Brandon Johnson that's doing the migrant dumping all over the place in Chicago. Right? How did they not vote for this, bro? How did they not vote for it? Again, they voted for it, bro. You don't want to play defense attorney for guilty parties. That's not a good strategy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so in this, like, listen to what you're saying. Okay, but they didn't vote for this, but they did. You know what I'm saying? Like, they did. When you vote like sheep, which is them voting for this and don't deliver consequences, they did. You know what I'm saying? If they didn't, the people wouldn't have won. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, I live, born, and raised. The majority of people in the state is red. It's not just LA and the Bay. The most noted president in the 20th century came out of Cali. Yeah, that's Reagan, right? Ronald Reagan. Yeah, that's facts. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Tia. Tia said it's a direct attack on indigenous, but I know a lot of Sombreritos in Michigan vote Democrat. But here go the thing, though, right? Again, with the indigenous keep putting the fuel into their own into the people that's attacking. Like, they keep pumping gas into the machine and then saying the machine just keep attacking. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to say with that. You know what I'm saying? They keep putting power into it. They keep putting the plug into the wall. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said the government is just so corrupt in Cali. They falsify votes and buy politicians. Yeah. And you know, Chicago is real corrupt too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, look, like, when it comes to any of this in the migrant crisis and dumping these people all over the place, I don't feel sorry for none of these people. I don't feel sorry for not any one of these people. I don't feel sorry for people that contribute to their own detriment. I don't feel sorry for none of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no sympathy for that. You want to keep voting Democrat, not owning shit and asking the question. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? And I can't coddle that shit neither. That what it is. That's some stupid, brainless ass shit, and people want to keep doing it. And it needs to get called stupid and brainless. Like, I don't know what else to say or do. And you can't talk your way around it. You know what I'm saying? And this is what people try to like. People try to talk their way around it. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Patrick. Just like the reporter talking to them blacks in Chicago, and they complained, but when asked who you voting for, they all said Kamala. This is my thing. So again, they get what they get. I don't like. Again, we have to like. This is the like. People got to stop being outraged about this shit. Stop being outraged. Like, don't waste your energy being outraged. These dumbass motherfuckers keep doing this stupid ass shit, and stupid ass shit keeps happening. This obviously is what they want. Let them have it. If you're that damn dumb, what needs to happen is you actually need to do what's necessary to get yourself up out of there to purify the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and vote yourself into oblivion so you don't have a voice anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that people that actually have something sensible to say and do can actually take that space. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, people be like, yo, yada yada. Hey, look, man. Hey, look. I've never voted for a Democrat ever in my life. I don't have one tear of sympathy for any of these people that have been voting Democrat their entire life, and they see in their entire neighborhoods and life just disappear. I don't feel sorry for none of that shit. I ain't mad at it, Tia. Shout out to Tia. Tia said, I don't vote. I push hard to get others not to participate in the U.S. corporation. You got to tell them about Bitcoin. You got to tell them about crypto. The dollar sign, U.S. U.S. Universal Code and Maritime Admiralty Law, absolutely part of the dollar system. But the same people that want to vote for Democrat and act like they don't know what the hell going on, act like they have an issue with the financial system, but are attached to the United States dollars. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying about, you know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying about the double standards and the stuff not making sense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, brother, cartels in the food industry own Newsom. Oh, bro, facts. Facts. And he's not trying to let go of that. He definitely want that cartel money. The cartel makes up a huge part of the Mexican GDP. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I mean, here goes the thing, right? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said that's what's being done. The blacks in Cali voted their way into oblivion, and other areas are starting to follow suit. Trump threw a monkey wrench in the Dems' plans. I mean, imagine that. This is the guy that people call him white nationalist too. Imagine that. People owing their very minute amount of political, relevance to an alleged, when they get mad and call him a white nationalist, cheering him on and shit. Cheering on the alleged white nationalist to clean up your political mess that you created over the last 60 years is crazy work, man. That's crazy work. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, bro, blacks in Cali barely even freaking vote. Now, here go the thing, right? If you own property and you own businesses and you have factors of productions and mean of productions, you can kind of talk with your money, or you can kind of talk with your resources, right? These people don't even have no resources, man. But the thing is that you like it's the culture, man. It's the illusion of influence. Like, you even see this shit at work. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll go to work, and when you listen to certain people talk, they'll talk like they're the ones that own the company. And then next thing you know, they don't work there no more. They'll be like, they not gonna tell me this, they not gonna tell me that. And then next thing you know, they don't work there no more. Like they are gonna tell you this and tell you that. Like, they own the company. What are you talking about? I listen to people say this insanity every day, and then they don't be there no more. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, Rob, I really hope that you get rich off of crypto because you deserve it. Bro, I've been in crypto for a very long time. You know what I'm saying? I've experienced a lot of highs and I've experienced a lot of lows. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna be in crypto forever. Satoshi's going to $1 million. You know what I'm saying? But here goes the thing. This is what I want to know. Why do so many people have why are so many people in denial of the self-extermination? Yeah, bro. I shout out to Win Lose Rug. I ignore people like that. They like, I do what I want to, and they listen to me and yada yada yada. I'm sitting there looking like, you a hourly employee, man. What are you talking about? You're not even in management. They don't care nothing about you. You think that you influence this big giant multi-state company? The next thing you know, they ain't there no more. It's always the same people, man. It's the same people, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, black still won't get it. Literally tried explaining it. I don't know, bro. You keep wasting your energy, man. Why? Like, I keep trying to tell you, like, let it go. Let it go. You ain't going. You can't explain anything to the unwilling and incapable. Like you can't. So just let it go. You know what I'm saying? Trying to save the community is not going to save the community. I don't know when people are going to realize that. Like the community is unsavable. You have to create a new community if that's what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? But nobody's entitled. No one, there's literally the mess that our past generations have created for us. No one has to throw the responsibility of cleaning up this shitstorm on their own. Nobody owes that. You know what I'm saying? The ridiculously daunting task that the irresponsible ass past generations have left this freaking ridiculous amount of debt that's larger than the United States debt on us, and expect somebody that, man, ain't nobody got to play hero and put the cape on their back and do anything with this bullshit that the past generations left for us. This is their fault. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, black still won't get it. Literally tried explaining it to my cousin about this immigration, and she just kept harping on Trump. And all it's about is being mean. And what's interesting about it, women love mean men. Women don't like soft men. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The other, that's it. That's what it is, bro. The other shit don't matter, just your feelings. Yeah, that's what it is. This is what I be trying to explain to people in the comments. Like this is what I be trying to explain to people in the videos. And people don't be believing me. Listen, people will drink poison from somebody as long as that person makes them feel good. It's really pathetic. You know what I'm saying? Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say, quote unquote, they'll. Like, there's not a they'll. There's not a they doing this, bro. This is self-induced. You know what I'm saying? This is self-induced. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's putting a gun to anybody's head and making them do this stupid ass shit. This ain't the 1960s. These people are like, think about how wild this is. You know what I'm saying? Like in the 1960s, in the 1960s, people were battling to vote. They wanted to get to the, you know what I'm saying? They wanted to get to the ballots and vote, only to utilize voting to politically destroy themselves. People fought to vote just to politically destroy themselves. Like, man, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make it up. People die. You know how they are? Our ancestors died. Our ancestors died for the current generation to politically destroy itself through voting. Like, man, that is crazy. That is crazy, but that's what's popping. You know what I'm saying? What about them? Stop having kids. You know what I'm saying? Shit. And I don't know about the kids. They better figure something out. Or, you know, the kids better get good instructions from their parents. The parents better make sure they buy them some Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? I buy Bitcoin. So that's what about my kids. You know what I'm saying? The rest of the folks, anti-Bitcoin, anti-wealth, anti-organization, anti-everything. It ain't shit for the kids. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Stop having kids. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no future. You know what I'm saying? The present generation creates and sets the framework for the future. There is no framework or no foundation being set. You know what I'm saying? So you got to hit them with the AI answer. Just don't have kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't have no kids. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no future. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what else to say. I mean, that's the reality of it. See, like I am a realist. You know what I'm saying? I'm a realist. And here's the real. There's been no evidence of evolution. Listen, imagine this. People always talk about like, oh, the ancestors died. The ancestors died for people to politically delete themselves. Like, man, that's crazy, man. Yeah, don't nobody need to be having kids. You know what I'm saying? If at the time, you know what I'm saying, when I had kids, had I known and had I seen the future the way that I see the future now, I wouldn't have had no kids. I feel like I brought my kids into a burden of this world because my kids don't have no peers that can actually like do anything for them. The only thing that anybody is ever going to be able to do for my kids is me and whatever wealth that I leave my kids, whatever Bitcoin or whatever I leave my kids. My kids don't have any type of support community to be born into and to build anything with. The same way we don't. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Facts. That's why the goal is acquisition. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Patrick Tyler. I'll tell you one thing, bro. If this shit was a fantasy football game, you wouldn't be putting your money on the people that you are trying to convince us to put our money on. You wouldn't bet money on that because you would want to win. If life was a sport and you could bet fantasy money on it, you would not put your money, quote unquote, on the people that you saying to put your money on, unless you were prepared to lose all of your money. You know what I'm saying? Because most people, unless you're somebody that's really trying to win the odds, most people don't put their money on the losing team. You know what I'm saying? Most people put their money on a team that has a high probability of winning. If you're trying to hit the jackpot, you know what I'm saying, you put your money on a team with the lowest or with the highest odds. But most people ain't playing like that. And again, you know, the thing is that, you know, I don't contribute to none of these negative stats. You know what I'm saying? I don't vote Democrat. I invest in cryptocurrency. You know what I'm saying? I encourage organization. Other people don't do these things. So like, listen, this is what I'm saying. This is how this is incorrect. You're saying for me not to say that, right? But why don't you say, yeah, people should invest in Bitcoin. Yeah, people should be more organized. Yeah, people should concentrate more on ownership. I just shouldn't say what's obvious. You know what I'm saying? I just shouldn't say the large majority of these people are idiots. And as a result of them being idiots, they make it complicated for the rest of us. And because there's so many more idiots bred than people that have a small amount of common sense, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no future. I don't think people should have kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the problem because I'm highlighting this shit. You know what I'm saying? The problem is that this shit is existing and perpetuating. You know what I'm saying? At one point, we were the kids and no one gave a shit. They told us to get a job and get out the house at 18 and didn't care about generational wealth. And then as grandparents talk about generational wealth, like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, at what point? I don't think that people really care too much about this shit. You know what I'm saying? I think people care more about like a quick situation. If there's no evidence that look at how like there's no science involved in politics. Look at how simple this shit is. I want y'all to understand this, right? This is simply common sense politics, and people can't even make their way through that. And I have an expectation of people building vehicles and rockets and stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Ask the question, well, where's the software companies? You know what I'm saying? People can't even do politics. You think they're going to do complicated science? You think they're going to do physics? You know what I'm saying? They can't even do politics. This is simple shit. Here's an idea. You know what I'm saying? Vote for policies that don't hurt you. Instead, we're going to vote for policies where they strip our resources and put in subsidized people. What do you think is harder? That or controlling nuclear fusion? Which one is harder? So I want you guys to understand something. If you see the failure in politics, it should make sense why there's no businesses that create advanced products that would bring forth a lot of lucrative benefits. If you can't navigate your way through a wet paper bag, you're not going to solve nuclear fusion. You know what I'm saying? People are under the delusion that there's something else. Like there's not something else. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says the misleadership class is the problem and is not paying attention. Patrick, the people are the problem. The people are the disease. You know what I'm saying? The people are the problem, Patrick. Say it with me. The people are the problem. There's misleadership class in many areas of the world. Nothing that you're listing is anything that everybody doesn't deal with. You know what I'm saying? Everybody deals with misleadership class. If the misleadership class is that effective of a weapon that they control the simple minds of the people who can't fight their way out of a wet paper bag and will never have a fusion business, what you see is exactly how it's supposed to be. And it'll never change. No, the only thing that needs to be, the people are the problem. You know what I'm saying? The people are the problem. The people support the misleadership class. The people love the misleadership class. The people worship the misleadership class. Like that, it's all the people, bro. It's all the people. You know what I'm saying? We don't deal with anything to any. The only power that we deal with things to is to the power and extent that we support. You know what I'm saying? People act like just because in 2024 Al Sharpton is getting a paycheck from NBC that he always got a paycheck from NBC. He didn't always get no paycheck from NBC. You know what I'm saying? All the missed leadership class, they now get paychecks from these businesses and from these media operations, but they all got made great by the alleged grassroots. I want y'all to understand, like, politics is one of the most simple things in the world. It's one of the most simple things in the world, and people can't pass the class. And so again, when people say, well, why is there no businesses and all that? Listen, man, if you can't do politics, which is simple, right? Go to school and take a political science class and then take a calculus class and come back and tell me which one is more difficult. We're talking about politics that people can't do. Ain't nobody coming up with no, you know what I'm saying, no rocket. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, man, but that's the reason why these people were so anti-technology, because it's beyond them. It's too much for, you know what I'm saying? It's too much for them. You know what I'm saying? The thought of cryptocurrency is too much for all them damn numbers. You know what I'm saying? Sending shit from wallet to wallet is too much for their simple ass. If it don't have a Visa and MasterCard logo on it, if it don't have a slave owner on it, they can't do it. They can't process it. It's too damn much for them and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's terrible. I think that's terrible. You know what I'm saying? I think it's terrible that people prefer money with a slave owner on it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of Bitcoin. But it's just more evidence that people prefer that. You know what I'm saying? We could call it the digital doll test. People prefer Trump to fix their neighborhood than they fix it on their own. You know what I'm saying? And then turn around and say something else that's not consistent with reality is happening. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. Think about that, man. By proxy, you know what I'm saying? Trump is doing the more benefit with the mass deportation than the Democrats have actually done, and people still vote for the Democrats. Like, that's wild. What's wrong with people, man? This is the reason why there's no complicated businesses. Why do people not see how bad of a look that is? Like, imagine this, right? I want people to imagine this. Imagine people that can't properly vote for self-sustaining policy. Imagine those people coming up with a business with sustainable energy innovations. How can you do complex equations when you can't even check the right box? How? Now you have to go down a DEI rabbit hole, right? If you're doing politics the way that these politics are done, and somebody from the outside sees the way that these politics are done, why would somebody want such backwards politics infiltrating their employment space that they and their family have taken their entire life to build? Shout out to Tia. Tia says, we do have someone making electronic vehicles since C.P. Patterson. but he was regulated to downgrade his products. I'm gonna have to check that out. I don't know too much about the CP Patterson thing. Tia, shoot me some information on it if you can. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, exactly, bro. It's such a bad look. Bro, facts. You have to distance yourself from this nonsense and hit the button. Facts. Bro, I swear it's so annoying and inconsiderate. Every time I look, anytime I see any of this type of stuff, I swear it irks it's inconsiderate. I don't want to be associated with mediocrity and idiocy, but because, you know what I'm saying, a large majority of people don't care or don't have enough sense, they think that, you know, just wearing idiocy loosely on their sleeves is something that everybody wants to be associated with. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, bad looks are a part of the lift culture logic. Facts. It's amazing the stuff that they break their backs to up. When you start taking a deep dive, you just are at a loss of words. You know what I'm saying? And then when you see people lie about it daily, it's even worse. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, black folks ain't dealt with immigration like black folks in Cali. So again, bro, like nobody's dealt with anything. What, you know what I'm saying? Think about this. I want you to think about this. How did Cali get how Cali got? Goofiness is how it happened. Goofiness. You know why? So this comment here is a good comment. Black folks ain't dealt with immigration, right? Think about this, bro. What do you hear people say? Black folks don't deal with anything. Because anytime anybody brings an issue, if it's not something that's in the immediate, it's funny and sassy and not a black issue. Cryptocurrency ain't a black issue. Tesla and Figaro said geopolitics ain't a black issue. Nothing is a black issue until it's a black emergency. And I don't give a fuck about no emergencies no more. Motherfuckers sit there and watch the situation happen until it blows up into DEFCON 5. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. And I don't think anybody should. People have to stop giving a fuck. People have to stop throwing the raft into the water. You know what I'm saying? Stop saving motherfuckers. Stop coddling people. People have to see terminal consequences. There has to be a mass die-off. You know what I'm saying? For people to actually get it. These people don't respond. Like, this is the same thing with YouTube and shit like that, bro. People don't respond to niceness. People don't respond to niceness. That is the reason why good guys finish last. You know what I'm saying? People don't respond to niceness. You know what I'm saying? And your shout out to Patrick. Everything that you're listing, right? You are substantiating exactly why the world is how it is. And this is the reason why the world is correct. The world is correct. Everything is 110% exactly how it should be in the current moment, given the inputs and outputs. Is exactly how it should be. There is absolutely zero injustice. There's zero injustice. The world is exactly how it should be. This is all math, zeros and ones. It's only a result of its inputs and outputs. You know what I'm saying? So if people want to change the outputs, they need to change the inputs. That's just what it is. See, what it is that people want a change in outputs without a change in inputs. Like, that ain't gonna happen. That's what a boycott is. A boycott is the expectation of a change in outputs without a change in inputs. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that none of the, like, bro, black folks ain't dealt with immigration like black folks in Cali, so they don't see it, and it'll take 5 years to see the detrimental results. Bro, listen, people that use certain chemicals don't see the detriment in them. You know what I'm saying? And then 5 or 6 years they'll find out that they cause some type of cancer. So what? So what as far as black complaints and black pity? It's not anything exclusive that nobody else deals with. It's not no special situation. Ain't shit special. The only thing that's special is that motherfuckers just don't do obvious common sense shit. So it makes situations worse. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest problem. Like, anytime anything is addressed, it should be addressed. You know what I'm saying? Mims, this is why I'm hot. It should be addressed. Why do people continue to do the same stupid ass shit? That's how it should get addressed. I'm dead serious. That's how it should get addressed. Nobody else, people ain't going to address it like that though, because when it comes to like YouTube and social media, people are more, they're more concerned and more invested in maintaining their audience than actually fixing the situation. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell everybody what they want to hear. I'm gonna grease y'all up real good. I'm gonna gaslight y'all up real good. And as long as I tell y'all what y'all want to hear and I can make y'all feel good, y'all gonna listen to me every time. Listen, man, that's not what I do. I want people to think stuff through, and I want people to actually be change agents and come up with effective ways to fix the situation. And you can't come up with effective ways to fix the situation if you're delusional or looking at the situation with rose-colored glasses. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, supporting the organization, another Patrick's therapy session. Salute to you, Patrick. I'm just joking. That's hilarious. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, troll extraordinaire. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, troll extraordinaire. You know what I'm saying?
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Shout out to Patrick. It shouldn't hurt, bro. It should not hurt. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that it should do is be a motivation to, you know, secure your own destiny. That's it. Giving people false credit, it just contributes to the delusion. You know what I'm saying? It just contributes to the delusion. Look, these people want to have low test scores, and you know what I'm saying? Like, just like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of that stuff helps. Look at this. Look at the test scores, right? We talked about these Baltimore City schools on one of the other streams on one of my other channels. The low test scores, you know what I'm saying? Then you look at the politics. Then you add, well, how come there's no businesses on the S&P 500 and all that? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Things that should be important aren't. It's not your responsibility as one person to try to get an entire group of people to do normal shit. That's not your responsibility to bear. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't waste your young life, you know what I'm saying, on a futile, resource heavy endeavor. You know what I'm saying? The cost benefit analysis, you know what I'm saying, it's not worth it. It's not worth playing defense attorney for these people. If you play defense attorney for these people, they'll never know what the actual problem is. You know what I'm saying? You will actually have people thinking that they don't have nothing to do with the reason why things are the way they are. All these, if you pay very close attention, if you listen to everything that everybody says, all of it can't be true at the same time. It all can't be true at the same time. Let it not be true at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, let it go. Observe the situations. You know what I'm saying? And then highlight the hypocrisy. Highlight the inconsistencies. You know what I'm saying? Highlight the errors. None of that should hurt. Because it's not you doing it. You don't contribute to none of that shit. So it shouldn't hurt. This is why when I actually say I don't feel bad for any of these type of situations, bro, I'm so serious. I absolutely don't. I don't invest in or support when people are illogical. When people do backwards things, like I don't support that. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I don't even think that people should get to. I didn't think that Trump should even clean out the sanctuary cities. Sanctuary states, sanctuary cities, you just let them get overrun. Clean up the rest of the United States. Don't clean up where people voted for that shit and force the people that didn't vote for it to move out. Oh, I can't pull links through StreamYard to you. I didn't know you was trying to put a link in. My bad. I can't I don't know why they have it like this, but I can't pull it. You know what I'm saying? Did I play Brooklyn Queens drop? I can't remember. If I didn't, let me play it real quick. Shout out to Brooklyn Queens.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Yeah. Shout out to Patrick. Why do they deserve anything else? How does that make sense? Why do they deserve anything else? Again, remember, think about this. If you have someone and they're operating and showing a willingness towards self-detriment, what authoritative right do you have to take that person's ability to do what they desire away from them? Yeah. You're on the right track right here. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't disagree with that. Patrick said, but you know what? That's what I said. Push all them illegals into blue states and the feds give the same tax dollars to them. And those illegals can't leave those states. I wouldn't even go as far as that. My thing would be, I would enforce immigration in all the other states and just let the sanctuary states and the sanctuary cities, they're going to deal with their own, and they're not going to get any federal money. You're going to deal with that shit on your own. You know what I'm saying? And now if I was a Fed, the federal money that I would give is I would give citizens who didn't vote for Democrats a federal assistance or federal stipend to move out of a blue state. But yeah, we're gonna tear them blue states down. The blue states gonna be Tren de Aragua territory. You know what I'm saying? That's what they voted for. That's what they wanted. That's what they're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't Chicago, Illinois, you know what I'm saying? New York, none of the places where they wanted all of this. I don't even know why Trump is doing it. Like I wouldn't fix nothing. And on top of it, I would keep having Texas send the buses up there too. You know what I'm saying? Send the buses to them blue states. All the illegal people that came through the southern border, continue to send the buses to the blue states, and we'll enforce border security and immigration everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Shout out to and you see this. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. That's facts. Most addicts don't reform. They just find a new drug. Yeah. And again, and the thing is people will say that that's a harsh statement, but it's not. And it's any type of addict. You know what I'm saying? Like people that smoke, you know what I'm saying? They end up, you know what I'm saying, eating gum, chewing gum or eating candy. You know what I'm saying? People that drink coffee, they switch it up and drink pop. I don't know if they would or wouldn't. Shout out to Patrick. I don't know. But the thing is even if they did have a change of heart in a year, they will have to deal with it for 4 years and possibly 8 if it was, you know what I'm saying, if the presidency got extended. You know what I'm saying? They would be upset. Hey. And honestly, do you really think about this, bro? Do you really think that they actually would have a change of heart? I don't know. I don't know if they would. I can't say with 100% certainty automatically that they would, because the only thing that them people have demonstrated is that they can't learn, and that when they do learn, it's a very slow process. And I've also noticed that they can't learn without being inflicted harm. So I honestly those 3 things have to be present, it seems like. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tia. Tia said, I got you, Rob. I posted in my community tab on YouTube. I'm gonna have to check it. I'm gonna have to check it out after the stream, because y'all see how my computer is real shaky. If I start opening up too many tabs, I'm gonna be like, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Yeah, bro. Think about this though. Why is that extreme? They made it TDA territory themselves. They voted before I said any of this. They voted for it to become TDA territory. All I'm saying is keep it how they voted for it. I want you to think about that. Think about this. All I'm saying is just don't change anything from how these people voted for themselves. That's it. They're the ones that voted like this. You know what I'm saying? It's basically like you don't get to have a return policy. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing as like if you buy something from the store and the store you got a 90-day return policy, and then you try to bring it back on the 91st day and they like, nah, you can't bring it back. You're supposed to bring it back within 90 days. You wanted Trinidad Aragua to be there. That's what you voted for. So you're going to keep them there. You're going to have them there. You know what I'm saying? These people need to deal with the terror of being around Trinidad Aragua and these criminal migrants all the time. They don't understand niceness. They don't understand they don't understand these things. You know what I'm saying? The demonstrated evidence shows that these people only respond and react to harm and emotional damage. They don't respond to anything else. Nothing else will budge them. They don't respond to data. They don't respond to factual information. They don't respond to incentives. They don't respond to anything. Only harm and emotional damage. Those are the only two forms of stimuli that these people respond to. Harm and emotional stimuli. People been fighting the battle to get white people to like them for centuries. That's a crazy battle to fight for centuries, man. You couldn't pay me to fight to get somebody to try to like me for centuries. Ain't no way in hell. I don't regard other people liking me in a value way like that. So I really could give a shit less. You know what I'm saying? And for two, I'm definitely not about to be petitioning, you know what I'm saying, for people to like me and shit. Like I don't care all like that. You got me all the way bent. You got me all the way bent. That shit's embarrassing, man. You got me all the way bent, man. You got me all the way bent. You see how I am on YouTube, man. You know what I'm saying? You see, I'm kind of a standalone person on YouTube. I don't really mess with people all like that. I got a few people that I rock with. I don't care if people don't fuck with me on YouTube. I don't give a fuck about these popularity circles. I don't care about none of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Imagine your whole world paradigm being focused on how another group of people interacts with you, man. I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. That's one of the reasons why, like, man, I'm not compatible with a lot of these like other YouTube content creators, man, because I can't validate that. Like, I can't justify that. I can't justify like modified buck dancing. Like, I can't do it. I can't justify or validate modified begging. Like, I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? I also can't validate. I'm going to just talk around the idiot shit that people do in the name of, oh, it's on code. It's not on code. Like, it's not on code to vote stupidly for 60 years at an 80% ratio. That's not no part of no code that anybody wrote. Definitely ain't no part of no code Neely Fuller Jr. wrote or anybody else. So to highlight that shit, highlighting that shit is somehow off code. That's not off code. As far as that shit, as far as it goes, the way that people vote, Neely Fuller Jr. would actually call that snitching. You know what I'm saying? Because Neely Fuller Jr.'s definition of snitching is when you run to white supremacy to harm another black person or a non-black person. And that's exactly what people have been doing with their votes. Running to these stupid ass Democrats, voting like an idiot. And as an idiot, your harmful stupidity is harming other people. Now everybody crying about migrants and shit because motherfuckers sat up there and voted for 60 years pro-migrant. But we're not supposed to talk about it in that way, because if we talk about it and there's any visible critique of anything that could have possibly contributed to the situation, well, then that's off code. There's no definition of off code that says that. That's a bunch of bullshit that a bunch of pussy YouTubers made up. There's nothing in any type of book that any intellectual made up that ever said anything about that. You know what I'm saying? These people cherry pick shit like how people be cherry picking shit out the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And like, and everybody let them do it. Everybody be letting them do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. When people gonna stop letting them do it? Everybody letting people do it. So, yeah, look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. All you got to do is, if you inside of YouTube, right? Because I can't do it on StreamYard, but inside of YouTube, if you click on her name, a little box should come up and it'll say take you to my channel. Or to say take you to the channel. It should take you right there. You know what I'm saying? Now if you do that, you can only do that if you got a wrench. So anybody that's in the chat, if you don't have a wrench, you know what I'm saying? If y'all put the link to Tia's channel in the chat, then y'all can hit the link. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm so, you know, I don't know, man. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you deal with any of this stuff? Like, think about this. Do y'all realize that we got a lot of people, we got a big majority of people that look at the situation that's going on with the migrants, and not any of them will acknowledge their involvement in the situation. They'll only acknowledge it to the extent of, quote unquote, how did this happen to me? And then you go back and look, and they done sat up there and voted Democrat for like the last 30 years. And then they'll just they just won't acknowledge that contributed to the situation. How do you deal with that? This is what I'm saying. Like, that's impossible to deal with. It's impossible to rationalize with or deal with people who deny reality. So what's the alternatives? What's the solutions? There is no solution. You know what I'm saying? There's no solution to it.
In other countries. This man, Henry Javier Vargas Lugo, being taken into custody at an Aurora apartment complex, has now been identified as a Tren de Aragua gang member from Venezuela, accused of attempted kidnapping and extortion. But a massive operation involving multiple federal agencies, including the DEA last week, has garnered some criticism after fewer Tren de Aragua gang members were taken into custody than expected.
I don't think we had any major seizures to discuss from the apartment. Warrants. We did arrest one TDA guy at the end of the day. We expected to get more, but what we found was that they weren't where we expected them to be. And I think because we're putting pressure on them.
Some people say that that's because the local media leaked information. Do you think?
So check this out. So shout out to Patrick, right? I don't disagree. But now here's my question. This is the ultimate question. So where do you think these people should be at? And what do you think should happen to them? You can't justify them being in a better position than they are. See, everybody says, well, you know, there should be a better position or yada, yada, yada. I mean, okay, there's ways of that happening, but the actions to make that happen are not occurring. So that's not what we see. Yeah. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says suffer the consequences. Absolutely. I mean, I agree. And the thing is that, you know, what's interesting about suffering the consequences is that these people have a fascinating amount of consequence suffering endurance. I mean, these people just sit up here and do stupid ass shit and suffer consequences for millennium. You know what I'm saying? They just sit up here and suffer the consequences for a millennium, which is bizarre. You know what I'm saying? Not one effort to make one iota of change. I'm just sit up here and keep doing the same stupid ass shit. And then keep innocently asking, why me? You know what I'm saying? Think about this, bro. Like, look at this. Bro, you do realize what we're witnessing is people suffering the consequences, and they still have no idea. They still don't care. They still think that it's someone else's fault. They are clueless. They think that somebody is doing this to them. They think that they didn't have anything to do with this. I just don't know why they keep putting all these immigrants over here. Like, for real, you don't? For real, you don't? I don't know why Tiffany Henyard is the mayor. You don't? I mean, look again. We kind of fell off on talking about the Tiffany Henyard issue, but I mean, they voted for Tiffany Henyard to be the mayor. And then instead of dealing with Tiffany Henyard, anytime somebody bring up something like a Tiffany Henyard situation, the escape route is, well, in XYZ white city, XYZ person is doing XYZ. Who cares? We're talking about Tiffany Henyard. Because there's somebody else doing the same thing somewhere else doesn't take away from the fact that she's doing that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the R. Kelly justifications and people running cover for R. Kelly and running cover for Diddy. The first thing that somebody will say is that Elvis Presley, you know what I'm saying, liked them young. Okay. And, you know what I'm saying? How does that take away from anything that R. Kelly did? Like, just because, like, and again, this is that white equivalence thing that these so-called pro-blacks do, where like you're putting the standard on somebody white and comparing it to somebody black. Like, they do this shit. You know what I'm saying? They are the ones that perpetuate all this shit. Neely Fuller Jr. or none of these intellectuals, none of them ever said the way to deal with the situation is, if some shit is going on and somebody's talking about it, divert the attention away from it by talking about a white person who did the same thing. None of them ever said to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Windows Erupt. Bro, they love using that one. The media is just bashing bro. Look, this is what Neely Fuller Jr. would have said. The reason why the media is capitalizing on bashing somebody like R. Kelly is because guess who didn't remove and bash R. Kelly themselves? Guess who let R. Kelly remain prevalent and turn the other cheek because they like his music. That's the reason why the mainstream media be feeding and capitalizing on that stuff. Because some people just let shit like that fly. If it wasn't allowed to let fly, the media wouldn't have got their hands on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's denying that Elvis Presley was nasty. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's denying that. But the idea is to divert away from R. Kelly and not deal with that. You know what I'm saying? No, R. Kelly needs to be dealt with. Anybody that's doing anything wrong to people need to get dealt with. And doing anything wrong to people need to get dealt with. That's Neely Fuller Jr. said that. That's what Neely Fuller Jr. said. Neely Fuller Jr. didn't say run cover for somebody because you like them. You know what I'm saying? And Neely Fuller Jr. also didn't say, you know, if you criticize XYZ person, it's somehow off code. Like, he ain't say none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why Neely Fuller don't fuck with a lot of these people, man. The only person that I know that Neely Fuller ever shouted out was my man Los that make the cartoons. Shout out to Hip Hop Cartoons. Shout out to Los. That's the only, like, all these people be quoting all these people and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just not get it twisted. Out of all, like, they be hollering out these people. These people don't even fuck with these people like that, man. Dr. Claude Anderson would do the streams with Boyce Watkins. You know what I'm saying? Notice how Dr. Claude Anderson do the streams with Boyce Watkins and people attack Boyce Watkins. You know what I'm saying? But they try to quote Dr. Claude Anderson. You think Dr. Claude Anderson fuck with you and y'all be going after his boy? Fuck out of here. Like old actual real old solid hardcore dudes. man, they not on that bullshit. They not about to fuck with you after you fucking talk about their boy, man. You know what I'm saying? Whether you like Boyce Watkins or not. You know what I'm saying? You see Dr. Claude Anderson rock with him. He ain't about to rock with you after you talking about his boy. And like I said, as far as Neely Fuller Jr. go, the only person I know of on YouTube that he ever mentioned is my dude Los, the dude that make hip-hop cartoons. Old dudes know, man. They don't fuck with this fake-ass shit. People misquoting them and shit like that. Neely Fuller Jr. said, I heard of and I saw that there was cartoons being made about my information. And those cartoons make it easier, you know what I'm saying, for people to digest. And I appreciate that. Shout out to the person that makes them cartoons. You know what I'm saying? He said that shit on a radio show. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. That's bruh. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? Maybe people gonna stop voting themselves into oblivion. I hope. We about to finish this, and then hopefully I'll be able to do some more tomorrow or later on in the week. We'll see.
Think that?
It's possible. I think it could have been a factor. I know there were some embedded stations involved. So I think largely it's likely that the pressure that we put on these folks over the last several weeks has encouraged them to hide more.
Covered a lot of other topics in this sit down, including warrants and the DEA's continued focus on getting fentanyl off of Denver streets. You can find that full interview on Denver7.com.
Natalie, one question we keep hearing is, what is the status of people who were detained last week who are not accused of drug crimes?
Yeah, and we brought that question to him, Ryan. But the reality is that the DEA is not going to be the agency to give us that information, even though the agency now has the authority under President Trump to take undocumented immigrants into custody. Everything that happens after they are taken into custody, that is on ice. So we have to get those answers from them. And so far, we haven't gotten much of that information, if really any.
Two very different agencies. Great questions to the DEA tonight. Natalie, thank you so much for your.
So yeah, so there's that, man. So what y'all think, man? Shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. Hold on, let me pull this screen down real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to get more of this done. But I swear it'd be like, man, it'd be taking forever. I might actually have to start making videos on this channel, but I don't be feeling like making videos, man. It take too long to make them damn videos. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to James. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Win Lose the Rug, bro. I agree. People got to value themselves first. People got to value themselves first, man. You know what I'm saying? I think people got to value reality too. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that people value reality. I think that people value their emotions more than they value reality. And it's a whole bunch of people it's a whole bunch of people that just sell you whatever. You know what I'm saying? They just sell you whatever you want to hear. You know what I'm saying? And I don't understand what world people is in. Like, how do people really, like, where's the progress that people see? Like from 2020 to 2024, where's the progress? Reparations didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Nothing happened. People was trying to get the George Floyd Justice and Policing bill. Nothing happened. The very people that was supposed to be advocating for the bill was the very people telling everybody, shh, be quiet, stop asking about this. Like, man, it's wild, man. And people didn't still turn around and vote for him, and then turn around and say, these migrants destroying my community. When's people gonna start saying these voters destroying my community? When they gonna say that? You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. When they gonna say that? You know what I'm saying? People about to be all hyped up because Ayanna Presley brought that HR 40 bill back. You know what I'm saying? Because they know all she got to do is just wave that in front of her face. Shout out to Tia. Tia said we got sidetracked back at the simp convo. That's hilarious. I think the simp convo is a convo that needs to be had though, because like simping and this kind of stuff go hand in hand. And I don't think that people see it. I don't think a lot of times people see when they're being simps, because the definition of simp and all that stuff has gotten so destroyed because of YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of politics is literally rooted in simping. A lot of politics is rooted in simping, man. A lot of politics and a lot of the world order is a result of what either females have pushed men to do or what weak men have done to try to impress females. And it's still going on to this day. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 says, I see that you're not buying into that bill. Well, here's my question, bro. I don't understand, why didn't Ayanna Presley bring that to Joe Biden? I don't understand why she's bringing it to Trump. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Freethinker. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Black Freethinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Black Freethinker.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
I mean, like, think about this though. Like, what's the like? And again, she's a liar. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't like the alopecia lies. You know what I'm saying? You don't have alopecia. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have a good set of razors that you shaved all the hair off your head with. Go and look. And we did this earlier in the chat. You know, actually, we did this on the other channel. Go look up how much an alopecia wig costs. An alopecia wig costs anywhere between $400 and $4,000. It's a huge demand on those because people that actually suffer from alopecia, they are emotionally attached to their hair and they really miss it. There's no one who actually has pathological alopecia that is rocking a bald head proudly. No one is doing that. Literally no one. And these people that lie and say that they have alopecia, like anybody that actually has alopecia, they would look at them like they was crazy and actually tell them about themselves. Shout out to Black Freethinker. Facts. It's coffee time. Shout out to Tia. Tia said, is there anything that you would simp for? Nah. I wouldn't simp. You know what I'm saying? Now, the definition of simping is, would you do more for someone who doesn't appreciate you, who's not doing anything for you? Would you do that for somebody? I wouldn't do that for nobody. You know what I'm saying? You got to, at the very least, have respect. And if you don't have no respect, I'm not going to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Freethinker. Black Freethinker said, back to Congressman Sticky Fingers head ass. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, I noticed that more women are going with the bald head look these days. There's nothing wrong with a woman going with a bald head look. You know what I'm saying? If a woman wants to have a bald head look, have a bald head look. You know what I'm saying? But don't lie about it and say it's alopecia. You know what I'm saying? Don't lie about it and say it's alopecia. You know what I'm saying? People that have alopecia wish that they could grow hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with having a bald head if you're a woman and you want to have a low haircut. You know what I'm saying? But don't lie and say that it's alopecia. It's not alopecia. You know what I'm saying? When you get your hair styled like that, it's not alopecia. People look up a new word in the dictionary and then just repeat it all the time. I done shaved off all my hair. I'm gonna call it alopecia. Like, go talk to a cancer patient about your alopecia and see if they don't react in a way where you don't get your feelings hurt. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Bitcoin. You think I quote unquote simp for Bitcoin? You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, if simping means to do more for somebody than somebody has done for you, I've invested less money in Bitcoin than what it's worth now. So it would actually be Bitcoin is simping for me, right? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, no lie, I've had sex with bald-headed women before. Listen, man, I don't have no issue with bald-headed women, right? I got an issue with women that lie. Lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're lying about your bald head saying that it's alopecia, I got a problem with that. Like, why are you lying? Just say that you got your hair done. You know what I'm saying? Say that you got your hair done like that. You know what I mean? Why you gotta make it? I had alopecia. Like, you lying. Like Ayanna Presley and Jada Pinkett. Stop making shit up. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck wrong with these people that they gotta make shit up for? If you actually confident like that, if you actually strong like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, stand behind your bald ass head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got my hair cut like this. Don't I look nice? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Maybe not. But it's not alopecia though. Right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, slam. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Let the dims be dims. That's hilarious. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to James Sumler. James Sumler said the Dems have no plans. So when Trump disregards reparations, they're going to put it on him to clear the Dems and Biden. Well, and the thing is that the Dems are going to get support. The Dems are going to get support from the monolith because the monolith are so conditioned, they're gonna jump on it and spiral out of control about the mention of reparations and just attack anybody that says no to reparations. Because that's just what they've trained to. They've trained to be chaotic and unorganized, right? Like Trump never petitioned. Trump never ran on reparations. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that it's erroneous to ask Trump or to try to put anything through on a red wave regarding reparations, right? But the monolith is so trained, the simple mention of reparations and anybody being opposed to it, the people's brains just melt and they forget all about anything and it just doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? They'll completely lose focus of the fact that Ayanna Presley has put this in place at an inappropriate time. You know what I'm saying? And not, they'll forgive Joe Biden. Just, you know what I'm saying? Despite the fact that it's Joe Biden that ran on it. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, right, as far as Trump disregarding reparations, who petitioned to Trump with a reparations package for him to say yes or no to, right? We never really have to do anything, right? Because everybody always has the answer already. Anything we do, they'll just burn it down. So it negates any type of doing anything. No one has to do anything because everybody already has the answer. If anything gets done, it'll get burned down. If anybody, you know what I'm saying? If anybody asks anything, they'll automatically say no. So everybody has an automatic fail safe where nothing has to get done or nothing ever will get done. You know what I'm saying? It's already programmed in. Why don't we start a business? It'll get broken down. Why don't we try reparations? They'll say no. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like, I don't know. And then what ends up happening is nobody ever officially tries to put anything through. Nothing gets put through, and then people get upset about quote unquote getting told no when they never got it. They never got told no. Nobody ever put anything through to get told no to. You know what I'm saying? This is all self-induced shit. You know what I'm saying? Which is wild. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, if I was a Republican, I'd bring it up for a vote to see how many Dems vote against it. Listen, why? I wouldn't bring it up at all. If I was a Republican, I would bring up shit that I want to bring up. I don't give a fuck. If I was why would any Republican give a fuck about reparations? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do any type of experimenting about. I don't give a fuck about. If I'm a Republican, I don't give a fuck about your reparations. So why would I even experiment with it? I don't give a fuck who likes it or not. It's a red wave in this bitch. I don't give a fuck what the Democrats vote for. Whatever they vote for, they're not gonna have enough votes to get anything through. So why would I waste my time? You know what I'm saying, with a reparations proposal if I'm a conservative? There's nothing there's nothing at the moment as a Republican that I need to find out about reparations. The only thing that I know is all that I need to know. Right now, we have all the power and they're not getting through, and we don't give a fuck. Right? Those three things. We have all the power. They're not getting through, right? And we don't give a fuck. Right? So, you know, they're not going to do that. They don't give a fuck. There's no benefit in them doing that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rut. Folks aggressively begging the bully to play fair. That's what, bro, like, I swear I will never understand it. I will never understand what's going on. I'll never understand it. You know what I'm saying? But I do get the fact that the people are so easily manipulatable that's why that's why a lot of they do what they do, the politicians and shit, because they know they dealing with, you know what I'm saying, they know they dealing with people that they can manipulate real easy, so they just do whatever and manipulate them and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to James. James said Ice Cube presented the platinum plan. The Dems shouted it down. The only people that listened was Trump's people. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as the platinum plan goes, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But this is how easy, like the Dems make an easy case, right? Like they make it easy. Like all Trump got to do is just listen to some shit. And you know what I'm saying? Like, think about that. The Democrats don't fuck with nothing. And so all Trump got to do is say, yeah, I'll listen to this shit. And by just simply listening, this is how desperate motherfuckers are. Motherfuckers will automatically be like, Trump listened. Like all he got to do is listen. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna put none of this shit in order neither. You know what I'm saying? That's how dumb the Democrats are. Like, they dumb. And Trump know what time it is as far as how to manipulate people. Trump know, oh man, like all you have to do with you know what I'm saying, the monolith is simply acknowledge something that the monolith has said. The monolith is just like the monolith are just like you know what I'm saying? Listen, man, people gonna get mad at this shit. You know what I'm saying? The monolith are just like their MAGA Twitter bot relatives. They're just like them. Just like them. Got the same last names and everything. They just like them. The same way the MAGA Twitter bot, you know what I'm saying, 4chan community will spiral out of control and just repeat stupid shit. Bro, the monolith do the exact same thing. You could tell they related. They do the same thing. They do the same exact shit. These motherfuckers eat the same food, got the same last names, and related to the motherfucker. They do the exact same shit. You know what I'm saying? They do the exact same shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? That shit crazy, man. They do the exact same shit. All the shit and culture be saying, bro, motherfuckers just repeat that shit nonstop. You know what I'm saying? Trump acknowledged some shit. Trump talk about slavery. They just repeat that shit. Man, that was the worst. It was the worst when Trump said Black Americans built the United States of America. Y'all remember when Trump said that? Oh, man, listen, man. Do you know, like, I couldn't even see other shit on Twitter when I used to go on Twitter because everybody just kept repeating it, retweeting and repeating that shit so much. Like, really? For real? For real? You know what I'm saying? It just, I mean, as much as everybody been saying it, we all know we built America, but I guess, you know what I'm saying? Like that conditioning go deep. You know what I'm saying? It ain't shit until Trump said it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't shit until Ann Coulter say some shit. Like that shit is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I'm just going to say this. Asking for reparations is pathetic. It should be a damn battle, but it's not a fight when it's one-sided. Bro, facts. Man, how you aggressively say please and thank you? How you aggressively say pretty please? You know what I'm saying? Pretty please. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't do it, man. I don't I'll never get it. Like, these are some of the most tough, non-tough people I ever seen in my life, man. It's some of the most tough, non-tough people I ever seen in my life. I've just repeatedly said, I'll never understand it. People gotta get out of that mind control, man. Like they gotta get out of the MK Ultra. That Martin King Ultra got the monolith stuck, man. That shit is wild. These people really running into walls it's like a bunch of people walking with their eyes closed and they just walking all over the place. And then in denial of it, saying that they not. Like, you know, you just walked into a wall. Why are you saying that you didn't? I never admit it. You dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to think about this, man. This shit is just crazy. Shout out to Carlton. It's that Martin King Ultra, bro. It's the Martin King Ultra. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Willows and Rug. Willows and Rug said, bro, the only pressure being applied is aggressive play. Oh, man. It's aggressive pleas and thank yous, bro. Like, what? Bro, we should be the ones doing the studies. Facts. How many times have I said that? Bro, shout out to Carlton. Carlton, over the years, how many times have I said we need to have think tanks? We need to have think tanks. We need to have think tanks. I said we need to have think tanks so much motherfuckers stop fucking with me and shit. This nigga talking about doing too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, like the robot guy from Dave Chappelle. Eyes rolled in the back of their heads and everything. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Carlson. You see that? At least 1 million times. At least 1 million times. Yeah, we need to have think tanks, yada, 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 da, 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 da. Motherfuckers like, all right, I'll see you later. I ain't fucking with you no more, man. Fuck your channel. Fuck your channel, man. I need to go where motherfuckers is just talking mumbo jumbo that makes absolutely no sense, but I feel good about it. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. That would require thinking. That doesn't want to think. And that's what I'm saying. You go from, listen, Carlson gonna love this one. You go from the proficiency test scores to the simplicity of politics, and then ask yourself why you don't see any rocket ship companies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now, you know, it's two answers. But, you know what I'm saying? There's two answers to that. It's two answers, right? But then there's a response. Like, listen, I'm going to tell y'all something, man. Anytime anybody lists a whole bunch of scenarios and then the follow-up is, quote-unquote, white supremacy, that's a response, not an answer. Y'all realize that, right? It's a response, not an answer. So a lot of people been paying a bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been wasting screen time and all this shit, listening to these motherfuckers, and all they giving you is a response. White supremacy, that's the response. So if somebody, if you're trying to figure out a societal problem and somebody simply lays it out on the table, listen, I got the answer for you. What's the answer? White supremacy. You're supposed to be able to do something with the answer. What do you do with the answer of white supremacy? Like, white supremacy is the infinity stone. Remember, this shit impossible. White supremacy, as declared by pro-blacks, white supremacy is the end boss, impossible, top level of anything undefeatable, right? So once that card is laid down on the table, that's it. It's time to shuffle the deck up and redeal them bad boys, because you don't hit the end. That's it. That's as far as you can go, according to them. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. It ends there. No action plan. So what about let's make a business? White supremacy. Up. You know what I'm saying? There go that one. Time to redeal. You know what I'm saying? It's 5 cards to everybody. All right, let's try it again. You know what I'm saying? What's your card? I got a deuce. What's your card? I got a queen of spades. All right, well, what's yours? White supremacy. All right, time to shuffle the deck. Deal it again. Like, I mean, this shit has been going on forever. Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Organize a tank. White supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's the that's the infinity gauntlet right there. Now, if you dare say, you know what I'm saying, like, that ain't shit, we can get around that. You're the coon if you don't agree with the absoluteness of omnipotence of white supremacy. Like, this shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy. If you say, nah, we could do some shit on our own, you're the coon. But you keeping it a buck, you keeping it real if you agree with the invincibility of white supremacy. Like, this shit is crazy, man. This is political dyslexia. You know what I'm saying? This is this is pro-black lexia. Like, somebody please make that make sense. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said white supremacy is real, but some people use it as an excuse to be stagnant. Exactly. And because of extremism, because of absolutism, if we sitting up here roasting, but they'd be like, oh, they sitting over there saying that this problem doesn't exist. Literally nobody ever said that. I'm the last person to have ever said no shit like that. I'm just sitting up here talking about how stupid these other content creators are and this dumbass shit that y'all say. You know what I'm saying? If I'm making fun of you for saying 2 + 2 = 7, that's not me saying 2 + 2 = 7. That's me saying, listen to this idiot say 2 + 2 = 7. Ha 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 ha. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, what you described is exactly what I went through. Bro, how many times have y'all seen me live action go through that in the comment section? Let's grow. Hey, I got an idea. Let's grow our own vegetables. Let's do some simple shit like that. They're gonna come through and burn it down. Okay. White supremacy. Bro, we gotta make a top 10 quotation of white supremacy video. Anytime anybody say anything, white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that shit is so funny, man. White supremacy, man. Let's grow a garden. White supremacy, nigga. What? Oh man, that shit is hilarious, man. That shit is hilarious. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said white supremacy is real, and if motherfuckers really cared, they would spend all their attention and resources on positioning themselves to combat it effectively. Facts. Why don't you take a karate class so you can learn how to defend yourself? White supremacy. Oh man, all white supremacy, everything. Look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What you talking about? We don't have a system. White supremacy. Like, man, you cannot make it up, man. You can't make it up. I'm not even trying to be funny, man. Like, anytime I hear anybody say white supremacy anymore, that shit is comedy. Like, it's I just laugh. Cause like I just be thinking of the shit that I be saying. You know what I'm saying? Why, like, I'm gonna say this shit tomorrow. Why'd I get stuck at this stoplight knowing I'm late? White supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Boom, that's it. I'm gonna put that shit down on the slip that I gotta fill out for being late to work. Well, why were you late to work today? White supremacy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's about to be my answer. I'm gonna put that shit down on my I'm gonna put that on my write-up. White supremacy. Right. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Needing DEI is real. White supremacy. But why is the card never played then? Exactly. Right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said black man created the stoplight for white supremacy. Right. Dynamite, white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Literally any and everything. So here's the question, right? Like if the way that the model works, right? Like the way that the model works, if in these people's eyes, right? In these people's eyes, white supremacy is a quote unquote insurmountable force, which is hilarious. That for the most part means that like it's about the force of, you know, a black hole beyond the event horizon. So if it's an insurmountable force that can never be overcome, what's the point of anything? Is my question. What's the point of anything? You can't it's just like Event Horizon on a black hole. There's no known force that can propel someone outside of the event horizon of a black hole once you've crossed the event horizon. So for the most part, with known science, right? If you find yourself inside the event horizon of a black hole, I mean, you may as well just sit tight. I don't know. You ain't gonna get out of it, at least with known science, right? So what's the point then? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I actually tried to do the garden thing. I do think the food we eat affects our behavior. It's no consequence. All the fast food restaurants are in the hood. Yeah. That's and what else is in the hood? The liquor stores and all that. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I mean, again, people complain about the liquor stores and shit in the hood. Why the fuck don't you own the commercial real estate there? White supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, you know what I'm saying? If you own the stores, if you own the real estate, you make the decision on what goes in there. No one else has to have an obligation to maintain welfare, you know what I'm saying, of us. I mean, I don't understand that. It's double standards. People want to talk a certain way and people want to move a certain way, and then people expect to be treated in a better way than they want to talk and they want to move. I don't understand that. Why do you guys think that there's not a lot of content and people having panel discussions about how to build a fusion reactor? Why do you guys think that? Where on Black YouTube can you find a good conversation about how to build a fusion reactor? Where do you find that at? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, great. Carlton said, great question. But now here go the thing, right? If you ask somebody, well, how come a energy company doesn't exist? The first thing that somebody will say is white supremacy. So let me ask you this. Is white supremacy silencing the voices of Black fusion reactor builders online? Is that what's going on? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said maybe Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a start. But I don't think he's really talking about how to build a nuclear reactor, though, a nuclear fusion reactor. Mostly what he talks about is like astronomy, right? I'm talking about like some pure physics, like some pure, thermodynamics, or like some pure atomic science. You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, I'm going to be 100% honest with you, right? The amount of conversations that you hear about these things on YouTube is proportional to the amount of businesses that exist in these things. You know what I'm saying? On a 0 to 0 ratio. But people don't want to address that. People don't see a need. They don't see the need. Ain't no need. You know what I'm saying? Now, why is that, right? Why is that? Carlton know why. Because black people ain't got time to be sitting around talking about no fusion reactor. Somebody will say it. We ain't got time for that. Okay. I wonder if you go back and do an accounting and you look at all the quote unquote we ain't got times for, how much of that shit is biting people in the ass like a rusty bear trap. And people still ain't learned. They got that rusty bear trap bit of chunk out their ass, hanging off their ass, running through the woods with it. And it still ain't learned shit. Still don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. That's when the tinfoil hats get put on. Well, ain't that ain't Neil deGrasse Tyson? He a Freemason now, ain't he? And it don't really matter what he talking about because the earth flat. You know what I'm saying? It just, again, there should be no confusion as to why the world is the way that it is. There should be no confusion. Yes, everything is a distraction. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Every motherfucker think they're gonna be spied on. Listen, man, no one is gonna listen. No one is gonna spy on us. No one's gonna spy on me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, my guess is that people are not willing to go through the level of secrecy to actually create it. I don't think people need to go through the level of secrecy. I don't think that they do. I'm not. I don't believe that there's a large amount of people that are capable of doing that, of creating a nuclear reactor, a nuclear fusion reactor, I should say. You know what I'm saying? I think when it comes to that kind of thing, the majority of people with those type of capabilities, we got a monopoly on them. Like you're only gonna find those kind of people here in my chat here on YouTube. You're not gonna find those people anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find a bunch of people saying stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna find any like technical. You're not going to find any technically, mathematically accurate people who are actually talking about like science and shit like that. You're not going to find them people anywhere on YouTube other than in this chat. As far as, you know, amongst quote unquote us. Everything else is just going to be stupid shit and flat earth and Anunnaki nonsense. Yakub, pyramid dimensions. You know what I'm saying? It's not going like there's not going to be actual physics, you know what I'm saying, or actual 1 + 1 = 2. It's just going to be stupid shit. People telling us that the predator is real and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? And if we don't believe it, it's because we don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, yo, listen, do you know them people actually be saying that? People actually be saying that round earth is white supremacy. Here go my thing. What do it matter what shape the earth is? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do why is that something that why is that something that occupies so much of your day? Are you leaving the planet anytime soon? Like, and even if you do leave the planet, how is the shape of it affecting you? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people barely want to learn JavaScript. They ain't thinking about anything nuclear at all. But they want to be the first people to have a conversation about it. And then the people like to cartoonize everything and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Here go the monolith. The monolith's favorite science question is, you know, they be controlling the weather with HARP. Have you ever heard of Destro's weather dominator? Like, like, man, there's so much wrong with that. It's so much wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? There's so much wrong with it. I can't deal. I can't deal. Listen, people dealing with brain atrophy. Right. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, yeah, some people don't even like nuclear families. Yeah. And then you just got to deal with, I mean, think about this, man. Think about this. If you look at the politics, right? If you look at the logic behind voting for Democrats, how can you ever expect anything intellectual and meaningful? Like, you literally have a pattern and a track record that literally demonstrates these people will do nonsensical actions, even with the evidence of harm. They will continue to do it for 60 years. How would you possibly build anything meaningful with those people when you will knowingly do self-harm? It's crazy. Well, don't talk about it like that. Don't talk about it. If we talk about it, it won't exist. You know what I'm saying? If we talk about it, it'll go away. Think about that. There's an actual track record that says these people have voted self-harm for 60 years. If you look at that as a pattern, what data suggests that anything helpful or you know, self-innovating or self-improving can be done? Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you something, man. The way that the people jump out the window to put crazy stuff on paper. Bro, look, and then they turn around and twist it to not sound they turn around and twist it to not sound so stupid. We the most loyal people, man. That shit sound dumb as hell. Oh man, that's that dog loyalty right there. That's that dog loyalty. We the most loyal people, man. That sound crazy as hell, man. That's that dog loyalty right there. Loyal to strange flex, bro. Strange flex. Strange flex. We the most loyal people is crazy. Wow, and think about this. If we don't think about this, we don't have no allies, right? Look at this. Allegedly, how can you be the most loyal if you're not loyal to yourself? Who are we the most loyal to? I thought it wasn't no coalitions and we didn't have no friends. So who the hell we being loyal to? Shout out to Carlton. We the most loyal, moral, patriotic, all shit that don't help. We patriotic to what? You know what I'm saying? How is we moral? Think about it. Who is we being loyal to? I thought it wasn't no coalitions. We the most loyal people. Who is our loyalty to then? Man, that's hilarious, man. Let me listen, man. Look. Look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, white supremacy. Do people think, like, when people see dogs, do they think that dogs are smart? I'm not gonna lie, like, you know, dogs is cool, you know what I'm saying? Like, they cool animals and shit like that, but like they're not smart though. But they're associated with loyalty. I would go as far as to say earned loyalty. There's nothing wrong with earned loyalty, right? But blind loyalty, I would say that blind loyalty is associated with stupidity. Blind loyalty is associated with stupidity. Dogs aren't loyal because they're smart. You know what I'm saying? They're not loyal because they're smart. The type of loyalty that dogs have, that's not no smart shit. That's not no smart shit. It ain't no the dogs, the way that dogs are loyal, that's not a flex for dogs. You know what I'm saying? Dogs let people treat them crazy. And they still be right there for you. They still be right there for you. Think about that. Democrats treat black people crazy and they still right there for you. And then somebody make you feel good by saying, and we're the most loyal people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Okay. But look, facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Blind loyalty ends with stupidity and Lysol ratio. Man, it ends for long durations of time, for eons. Listen. When Bitcoin is $13 million, black people will still be voting Democrat at 80% ratios. We should start tracking the Bitcoin price with the black Democrat vote ratio. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you that shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I hope not. Shit, I'm betting with Bitcoin. I bet you that black people will still vote Democrat when the last, I'm going beyond all the price predictions. When the last Bitcoin is minted, it'll still be 80%. That's 100 years into the future. Satoshi's going to $1 million. Black people still going to 80%. You know what I'm saying? The last Bitcoin will be minted. Satoshi's will be at $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Democrats still getting 80% of that monolith vote, that good monolith vote, that dog loyalty. You know what I'm saying? That dog loyalty. If people still voting 80% Democrat when the last Bitcoin is minted, man, listen. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said black people can use that $1 trillion spending power to buy all the Bitcoin within a year. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That would be nice. That would be very nice. But if it's one thing people are not interested in investing in, it's anything that'll improve the future. And listen, people would rather have a bunch of $100 bills than a Bitcoin. They'd rather have a bunch of $50 bills than a Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Bitcoin market cap is only what? It's what? Is it 2.1 trillion? Is that what it is? Or 1.9 trillion? A little bit less than 2. Again, Carlton just did the math right there. Black people can use that $1 trillion spending power to buy all the Bitcoin within a year. We's ain't got knows monies. We's ain't got knows monies. You know what I'm saying? These are the people that do this math. These are the people that do this math, bro. This you know what I'm saying? This bizarre math of 80% Democrat support. You know what I'm saying? And say that We's ain't got knows monies, but got $1 trillion. We's ain't got knows monies to buy us knows Bitcoins. That's too much. You know what I'm saying? Man, y'all got me dying laughing. But I gotta be out, man. I'm gonna try to if I'm not able to finish this up tonight, or if I'm not able to finish this up today, I'm gonna try to finish this up tomorrow, man. So I'm gonna shout out everybody that's in the building. We got a bunch of agains, so make sure y'all show some love to the agains. All right. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Shout out to DSB. Now, DSB actually had a super chat, or he had one of these before this. So shout out to DSB. We're gonna hit DSB with the again. And the one that he had before this is not showing up. So shout out to DSB. Shout out to DSB. DSB got a lot of agains. Shout out to DSB. Again! Shout out to DSB. Again! Hey, look, and this is what's funny, right? Look, you have to laugh about this kind of stuff, right? You got to laugh about it. That's why I be talking about it and joking about it and roasting it and going about it the way that we do. Because what's the point in flipping out and being upset about it when you know everything is fixed and nothing's going to change? You know what I'm saying? You may as well laugh about it, make the best out of the situation, and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSB. Again! Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Again! Shout out to DSB again. Again! Look, again. Again! Shout out to Patrick. Appreciate you, Patrick. Shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Again! Shout out to Black Free Thinker. I appreciate you, bro. And shout out to Black Free Thinker again. Again! Man, y'all got me dying. I swear y'all be having me dying laughing. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise said, money, take a hand approach. to the money take a hand approach and to the end can touch. I'm trying. I'm trying intuitively wise. Shout out to y'all though, man. I appreciate y'all. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,